from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Just flashing across from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands in the west, east to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, worldwide on the internet, and soon shortwave. This is Coast to Coast AM. I bid you good day. We can go just about anywhere you want to go tonight. Ebola, the subject last night. Officials in southern Texas, near Alice, held a quickly assembled news conference at about 8:30 a.m. Pacific time to tell all of us there's nothing to fear from the Ebola outbreak in the quarantine facility there. The official word, humans can't catch it. Now, they add to that, we're not 100% sure, and we're watching very carefully 8 of 35 workers who were exposed. They found 3 more infected monkeys today, and they're now saying they may have to kill all of them. And they're considering a new law that would ban imports of any monkeys from the Philippines. So they got out front on this one quickly and said, no sweat. This is not the human form this time. Now, there are 2 things to consider about this. One, that they are correct in all likelihood, and it is not the human form. But it keeps coming back again and again and again. And one of these days it is going to be, as you may have seen in that 60 Minutes piece, he said there was just this little tiny difference in the DNA molecule, or in this virus, one little tiny difference that made human beings not be affected by it. And the other, of course, is whether you believe them. In other words, under any circumstances, they would try to control it. And I think under no circumstances would they tell us. I know that's cynical, sounds cynical, but I just don't believe they would tell us. And most of the audience last night seemed to agree with that. So hopefully it is an accurate statement, hopefully, and hopefully we're being told the truth. I don't know. I guess I'm getting cynical, huh? Ted Kaczynski's cabin in Montana, according to the FBI, is, and it was a small cabin, but just packed with evidence. Try 600 pieces of evidence, things that the FBI sources tell NBC and others tie Mr. Kaczynski to the 18 years of death and terror known as the Unabomber. The press is, I'm rather astounded at the way a lot of the press has been covering this. I saw a talk show, I think it was on CNN, one of the talkbacks or something, asking, is Ted Kaczynski a Robin Hood? What? A Robin Hood? Can you see any aspect of this, what he did over all these years, that you would describe as heroic? Why is the American public so fascinated by this case? I mean, there has been program after program after program. The only defense mustered up so far, I saw Jerry Spence again going at it, for Mr. Kaczynski, would seem to be what Jerry Spence argues is a lethal legal blitz. In other words, an intentional campaign to leak evidence to the press against Kaczynski, to indict him, in effect, in the press. That, of course, has been occurring, and there have been a lot of leaks, so it's kind of strange. From a fellow named Mike, Art, my name is Mike, and I'll eliminate the last name, and I listen to your show on 960 KZIM in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. That's Rush's home. My idea is doing a show about people's greatest fears. You could have the standard open line, but one of the topics could be people's fears. I'd love to hear of some of the fears people have, and see if I could draw any parallels to my own. In other words, for me, a fear of spiders. Anybody have a particular fear, your greatest fear? What is your greatest fear? Dear Art, on last night's show, that wonderful lady from Alberta, Canada, almost reduced me to tears. Never have I heard a more beautiful word picture of the American patriot. Her language, her tones, her assessment of the typical American's attitude toward his or her country absolutely were correct. But she was dead wrong in her appraisal of the Canadian patriot. During World War II, I served in the finest military organization in the world, the Royal Canadian Air Force. As an American in the RCAF, I can attest to Canadian courage and love of country. They may not be as vocal about it, or that would be about it, but their record in World War I, oh, well, listen, you don't even have to go into this. I'll skip the rest of it. There's no question about the courage displayed by Canadians. I think it was more a discussion of temperament, the differences in temperament between Canadians and Americans. Americans are simply more vocally passionate about everything. Frankly, we love to fight. By the way, we need to begin talking about this a little bit. April 19th, 3 years ago, Waco, 1 year ago, Oklahoma City. April 19th, folks, is Friday. The government installing metal detectors, more security, cameras, bomb detection at all kinds of federal buildings, and I've got a tip for anybody. If you're planning a trip, Friday would be a good day not to visit a federal building. It's just common sense. Friday'd be a good day not to go and go down to the Social Security counter, unemployment, or go report something to the FBI or whatever. How many of you expect a spot of trouble on the 19th? Just ask you straight out. Terrorists, like so many others, observe anniversaries, and this is one that seems to suddenly be observed. I imagine something will occur. I'm not sure what it is, have no way of knowing. Hope it doesn't, but I think, frankly, I do expect something. An attempt is going to be made, you might want to make note of this, to launch a Delta II launch vehicle on Friday. That's right, April 19th at 5:27 in the morning Pacific time. So if you're on the West Coast, don't miss this. The payload will be a Ballistic Missile Defense Organization's MSX satellite, whatever that is. If this launch occurs on time, and the weather is clear, this ought to be a spectacular sight. The sky will be dark, but the missile will be illuminated by sunlight when it gets to the upper atmosphere. The missile will be launched on a north-south trajectory. So, if you have an opportunity, that really should be something at that particular time of the morning. And I'm sure without that information, we would have a rash of UFO sightings on Friday. Now, sticking for a moment with space, did anybody see it? New images from space, courtesy of the Hubble. And they are of something called the Helix Nebula, from the constellation Aquarius. And they are amazing. Amazing. Thousands of knots of gas, kind of nobules of gas, racing away from what appears to be a dead and dying star, like comets. All of these, they almost look like, from, of course, this distance, they look like sperm. They literally look like sperm, tadpoles. But what are they really? Well, we don't know. They look like comets, or if you can imagine that, sort of a fiery tadpole. But to give you some concept of the scale of these thousands of little space sperm, for lack of a better phrase, each one of these is at least twice the size of our entire solar system. Now, I want you to think about that a little bit. Each one twice the size of our entire solar system. And when you look at things on this scale, you've really got to wonder how creation could be limited to this little globe, this little tiny speck in the larger scheme of things. And we are that, aren't we? Just a tiny speck. One of these little space sperms, sorry, that's how I think of them when I look at them, is twice the size of our entire solar system. And when you begin to imagine things and know the scale, it's just impossible to me that the process of creation would be limited to this planet. I know that collides with a lot of belief systems out there, but that's my thought or my thinking when I see something like that. Now, completely turning the corner, somebody sent me this, and I think you'll enjoy it. The top 10 signs that you're about to get fired. 10. The collection envelope going around the office for a wife and kids has your name on it. This is there's a lot of job insecurity in the U.S., so this will no doubt help. 9. Coworkers suddenly asking to try out your chair. 8. Paycheck seems to be signed in pencil. 7. Your boss asks you, not including today, how long have you worked here? 6. Birthday gift from gang in office. Resume preparation kit. 5. Elevator guy says, yeah, sure. When you say, see you tomorrow. Office picture of wife and family replaced by Brady Bunch publicity still. 3. You're no longer allowed to join in reindeer games. 2. You work for Apple. And 1, the number 1 reason you know you're about to get fired. Your boss is standing over you right now saying, go ahead, smart guy, finish that top 10 list. I wonder if that's how he wound it up. There is an interesting court-martial going on. And I've got news here reported by the Honolulu Star, but it ran on NBC and a lot of others have run it as well. It involves 2 Marines who are refusing to yield up DNA samples. Now, all of the military services are requiring people to give DNA, ostensibly to be able to identify their remains. It is the modern-day dog tag. Right now, we can diagnose certain illnesses, Alzheimer's and such, by DNA. Soon, heart trouble, cancer, all kinds of things will be able to be forecast just by looking at your DNA. Soon, they say, or eventually, they will be able to tell if you're likely to be an aggressive or violent person. They're going to be able to tell a very great deal about you. Now, maybe they won't look into these things, but you and I both know they will. So a couple of GIs have refused to give DNA. They say they don't know who those records ultimately will be shared with. The implications are gigantic. In other words, insurance companies. Who's going to insure you if some little hunk of DNA says you're going to get cancer? The answer is obvious. And these things have already begun to occur. One lady could not get insured, I think, because of a genetic tendency toward Hodgkin's disease. Now, the GIs are being court-martialed for refusing to obey a lawful order. And I imagine they're probably going to swing on that one. I mean, you get ordered to do something in the military, you had better do it. But for us out here, the larger question, would you give up a sample of your DNA to go into somebody's master file? I mean, who knows what they'll be able to tell eventually from that DNA? If they found a tendency to violence, then obviously they are going to keep a master computer file of those with that genetic propensity. In other words, your name could end up on somebody's better watch them carefully list. And these are pretty tense times, aren't they? So, how do you feel about the coming DNA revolution? I'm curious. So there you go. Listen, anything you want to talk about. As an update, the fellow with the Bigfoot facts has not yet come back to me. There is, of course, a great probability that he only listens on Sunday, so we'll try then. We'll see. In the meantime, the fellow who sent me the facts about Bigfoot, if you're out there, get back to me, and we will proceed. Otherwise, I will presume, if not hearing from him tonight, that he only gets to listen on Sunday, and we will do it then, see what happens. All right. Having said all that, we'll be right back. All right. We've got time. Let's squeeze in a call. Now, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Art, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm on Super Talk 1320 KCNR.
Oh, why do you say that?
Oh, I'm just hometown proud, I guess.
I see. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Indeed, they just went up on the Internet.
I know it seems like calling a talk show like this has a lot more significance than it used to for some reason.
It does. There's no question about it. It does.
I know, I just feel so empowered. It's really an interesting feeling. But I wanted to ask you first, could I suggest something for bump music that you play a lot?
Always.
Okay, do you have a Stevie Ray Vaughan album called In Step?
I do not.
Or have you heard, if you ever get a chance, the very last track, it's called River's Paradise. It's a terrific instrumental.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask you something about a call you had a couple of weeks ago. I don't know where he was from, but this guy called and he said that he was an electrical engineer of some kind and he developed this saucer-sized object.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and he could make it hover, and he said he could even operate it by remote control, and I'm wondering if he ever did follow up and send you that videotape.
Well, I don't have the tape yet, but that doesn't mean it's not coming. It takes things a while to get here. And he had to make it. So I'll let you know soon. If it comes, believe me, I'll let you know, and you know that I'll make a still photograph out of it, and we'll publish it and get it on the Internet.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Sure.
Have you had any calls yet from England?
Yeah, I had one last night from London.
Oh, wow. I just love to hear that accent. And they're so much like us, and yet that accent, it's...
No, this was an American at Heathrow. He was at Heathrow Airport when he called.
Oh, so not a true Englishman, then.
Oh, no.
But...
Just passing through.
I can pick up I think you have a station in Minneapolis, and I'm in Utah, right? But
KSTP.
I can pick them up all the way out here. It's amazing.
That's a big signal. Yes, sir. It depends, of course, on conditions. Thank you very much for the call. On a night when radio conditions are favorable, why, you can hear us just about anywhere, and that's why we have our new International 800 number. And I'll tell you about that as we come back, which we will do in just a moment. It is indeed that good to be here. We can go any direction you want. Open lines, unscreened, unpredictable, spontaneous, sometimes very weird talk radio. Listen, we've got an international live. So anybody out there outside of Canada, the U.S., and Mexico who would like to call us can do it absolutely toll-free. Won't cost you 1 penny. And here's how you do it. You call the AT&T USA Direct number, access number for your country, whatever that is, and then 800-893-0903. Again, and sometimes you can't get a direct access number, so just get the AT&T operator on the line and ask her to dial 800-893-0903 from anywhere in the world. It's toll free. That's amazing. And for Mike, who asked me my greatest fear, I don't mind telling you. It's always been of the earth opening up. I've had nightmares about that. You know, earthquake time. Big hole opens in the ground and swallows me up. I've had nightmares about that. That probably is my biggest fear. And if things began to rumble seriously and I saw a crack open in the ground, boy, I'd be gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, somebody called in about lying about it to the pollster.
Yeah, they suggested that...
I've done that since 1975.
You have?
Oh, yes.
Does it give you a secret little thrill to do it?
Yes.
It does. Let me pretend that I'm a pollster, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi there. We're just inquiring today, thank you for answering the call, about whether your inclination is to vote for President Clinton or the apparent nominee for the Republican Party, Bob Dole.
Oh, absolutely.
Both of them?
Oh, absolutely.
You're going to vote twice?
Of course.
Well, that probably would cancel you from the survey. Good.
That way they don't keep calling back.
Well, that's for damn sure. As a matter of fact, I'm sure they take your number and put a little red line through it or something.
Right.
Well, that's cool. Where are you?
Nashville.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Yes.
Have you been surveyed frequently?
No, not in the past 5 years.
5 years.
5 or 6 years.
Then maybe you hit on the key to keep from getting surveyed.
Right.
Just lie your tail end off when they call.
That's right.
I like it. All right, thank you, dear.
Thank you.
See you later. That's Nashville. There was somebody who suggested, just to screw them up, that we all begin totally lying to pollsters. Whatever it is you intend, tell them the opposite. And a few years of that, and polls will be totally discredited. The people at Gallup scratching their heads, saying, my God, what have we done? Researching their sampling methods and all the rest of it, trying to figure out how they could come up and be so wrong so frequently. It's pretty devious. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Art.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the Philadelphia experiment.
What do you wonder about it?
I'm wondering if you have any information on how they made the Eldridge disappear.
Well, I've done a number of interviews on it, a lot of them with the precise technical specifications of the equipment that was used. So, yes, I have an idea.
Where could I get more information about that?
Well, I would say order the Al Bielek program that we did. Yes, Al Bielek was part of the Philadelphia experiment.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say.
Okay. And do you have any information on what happened to that tether thing we sent up in space?
Yes, it burned up in the atmosphere about, what is it now, folks? About 3 weeks ago. As it came back in. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Don in Mount Vernon, Washington, listening to on 50 kilowatt KOMO.
Oh, it's a big one. Hi, Don.
Hey, I got a couple of what ifs for you.
All right.
What if some imbecile translated part of the Bible that dealt with heaven and earth, and actually it should have been heavens and earth?
Well, any small slip or misinterpretation could have large meaning, but it probably wouldn't matter because there's already controversy about nearly everything that was written.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. There's so many different ways to look at it. What if the Weekly World News is actually subsidized by the government?
The Weekly World News, if it's subsidized by the government, huh? Well, then the government would be doing to us what somebody suggested we do to the pollsters. And a lot of people suspect that's what's being done anyway, right? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, let me get my radio.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Yeah, I was calling in regards to the servicemen that,
Refused to yield up their DNA, yes.
Yeah, well, I spent some time in the service, and I just called in to say that I wouldn't do it either.
You wouldn't?
No.
You would face a court-martial first, eh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Most
in that
definitely.
case, my suggestion to you would be don't join the service.
I was already in for 8 years.
I see.
They didn't require me to do anything like that, but just certain things, I don't know, I just think are stepping over the line.
Well,
Especially what can be done with it. The question is not whether or not, you know...
I was thinking the following. If they can determine, for example, a predisposition to aggressive tendencies and violence, out here in the civilian world, that would be considered a negative. But in the military, why, you might find people with a predisposition to being violent would be promoted faster than others.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hey, I had another question about something.
All right.
The other night, I think you mentioned something about a girl sent you a fax in regards to that comet hitting one of Mars's moons.
Phobos, yes.
Yes, man, I tried all night to get in touch with you. I was trying to call in for the very same reason. I remember that mentioning that comet.
Well, I'm going to get hold of him soon, but Gordon Michael Scallion has made a prediction that Phobos, the moon of Mars, one of the moons of Mars, will break from its orbit, which is in fact fairly tenuously tied to Mars, and head toward Earth's atmosphere. That would not be good.
No, what you ever read any of literature on Nostradamus?
Oh, yes.
Didn't he make some predictions about something in the Indian Ocean? A comet or a large asteroid, an explosion in the Indian Ocean?
I'm not really sure. That's one I'm not familiar with.
It's been a long time. I'd say about 8 years ago, I read 2 books, and some of the books were contradictory to each other, though. Some of his, I guess they called them quatrains.
Yes.
Yeah, the quatrains.
Well, they're like everything else, subject to interpretation.
Yeah, confusing.
Yes, very confusing. Thank you very much for the call. Now, you can rate the chances of Earth being hit by a comet or asteroid or some other piece of space junk. How would you rate those chances against the occurrence of something violent on April 19th, Friday? You don't have to be Nostradamus to look at this coming Friday and know there could be trouble. I'm getting these. In fact, I threw one away. I'm not even going to read it to you. From some militia about just horrible threatening stuff. And there's just a lot of nasty stuff going on out there right now. So it would not surprise me. I hope nothing happens, but I've got a feeling. That is an important date, and it's beginning to feel a little bit like living in Israel, in this country. In Israel, people have to worry constantly about Katyusha rockets. They've got to worry about people who, strap explosives to themselves and set it off, suicide bombers. And we're not far from that here. So if something else occurs on April 19th, it's going to begin to mark this day as a day for terror in the U.S. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, hi, Art. I'm calling from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yes, sir.
Love your show.
Thank you.
Hey, I was going to ask you, I haven't heard you mention this. I heard there was like this big power outage in your part of the country.
Amarillo.
Yes, and it's like on the news I heard they said, well, it's like around Roswell, and I was wondering, did you hear what the cause for this was possibly?
Yes, there was something involving a large substation.
Uh-huh.
And a saucer.
Okay. Okay, a saucer. Would you say that? Would you say saucer?
Yeah, I sure heard a big silence on the other end of the line.
Yeah, I was kind of pausing to think there.
Yeah, no, I just threw that in.
Well, okay, you had me
Total
go.
lie. It's like you're a pollster.
Yeah, well, it's just weird. They just said, well, yeah, it just went out all of a sudden, and then it came back on, and I thought, well, that's getting kind of close to Art's territory out there.
Well, it's Amarillo, Texas, is where it occurred, and we're on the air there in Amarillo, so thank you very much. Let's see if we can get a call from Amarillo. Yes, there is a report about a gigantic power outage. I thought I would throw the saucer in for effect. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I was reading through a Newsweek article on the Unabomber, and I just kind of came across something I thought was kind of amusing. They say they want to try them in California or New Jersey, where you can get the death penalty.
Right.
I don't know. I guess I think they probably do have their guy, but geez, as far as seeking the death penalty for somebody like this,
why not? Let's look at when the death penalty should be applied.
Okay.
It should be applied when you have murder with malice and forethought, when it is premeditated. And if there ever was a case of premeditated murder, it is what the Unabomber did. I'm not saying Kaczynski because he is not convicted, but should he be, that is the clearest case of premeditated murder I've ever seen. Cold-blooded, too.
You've probably heard this. And why do we give people the death penalty? Why do we kill them? To prove one thing. that killing people is wrong.
No, that isn't why we have the death penalty.
Well, that's kind of the way it ends up looking to me.
We have it to prove that killing people is wrong. No, I don't think so. I think we have it for a sense of justice.
I don't know. It just comes across to me as being a mixed message.
All right. Well, I thank you for your call. I've thought long and deeply about the death penalty. And it seems to me that if, under those conditions, you take life, then it is appropriate that your life be taken. I'd rather live under most circumstances. Wouldn't you? I've said this before, a life in jail, not perfect, but always at least the hope of escape, the hope of somebody letting you out when you get old and gray. And between now and then, at least you have a life. Watch TV, read books, do whatever you would do in jail. Better than death? I think so. So is death a more serious punishment than life? For me, it would be, right now. I suppose there are some who want to die. You know, they've done something and they want to die. Generally, as a matter of fact, those are about the only ones to which we apply the death penalty. Those who refuse to go through the long series of appeals and all the rest of it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Far out.
Yeah, far out, way far out, all over the world.
Hard. Hey, this is Jerry from Bakersfield.
Yes.
Yes, I've been trying real hard the last couple of days, and I haven't got a chance to hear that Bigfoot facts you've been talking about.
Well, I hate to read it again. I've gone over it so many times now. It is a man who believes he shot Bigfoot, would be willing to tell us where it is buried. Actually, two of them. But he wants, before he'll do it, money for his defense, should he be charged with murder.
Well, it sounds pretty interesting. Are you going to play it again sometime in the future here? Maybe on Dreamline next week?
Correct.
All right. Well,
all right.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. My feeling is he may only listen to Dreamland. Not everybody can go for all-night talk radio. So, you know, I don't even know where this occurred. There's no hint of it in the facts. And I have no way of knowing what time zone. He may be Eastern. That would make it 3 hours. Wait a minute. Maybe he did say in the facts. Let's see. No, he really didn't. He sure didn't. So it could be as far away as the East Coast, which would make it coming up on 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Is this Art Bell Show?
Good guess.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
I just have one comment on the 2 Marines that were court-martialed.
Are being court-martialed, yes.
On being court-martialed, they were found guilty.
Well, I don't have that information.
That came out on CNN about an hour ago.
Okay, well, of course, they did disobey a lawful order, so I expected that.
They were sentenced to 1 week restriction on base and a letter of reprimand.
Well, that's not so bad.
No, but my question is, do they still have to submit their sample?
I don't know. Maybe they will be, again, issued a lawful order to do so, and they'll face a more serious penalty if they don't obey the second time. I can't imagine the military would just drop it, and I would imagine ultimately that if they don't yield up the sample requested, that they will simply be, for the convenience of the military, given their walking papers. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. You got the word answer for night 2 out here in Portland, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
I'd first like to tell everybody it's pronounced Oregon, not Oregon. Kind of getting sick of that. But listening to you relay that fact, I think it might be trash. It's kind of hard to shoot something at nighttime at 100 yards unless you have open sights.
Well, now, wait a minute. This was the next day.
Well, at first he shot it at night.
That is correct.
They were spotlighting deer.
Yeah.
And so I figure, not that I've ever spotlighted deer, but I have night hunted, that he probably, let me turn that down a second, sorry about that, that he probably is kidding, because unless they have open sights on the rifle and not a scope, it's going to be pretty hard to pick something out. And then the next day when he was saying he went into a plum thicket, it was like 50 yards, I believe he said.
All right.
And if it's going to be real thick to where he's going to crawl on his belly, his buddies out in the open from 50 yards, they're not going to be able to have that clear of a shot to shoot the, other female in the head, I believe.
Well, I don't know how tall the thicket was, because the female was very tall. So
yeah,
maybe
7 foot, you're saying.
Yeah, so maybe she stood up above it. When she stood up, he said he shot, and she stood up at that point.
Okay, that could be. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I was just kind of.
I don't know. I mean, who knows?
It's
just an interesting fact. But I got no response today, so I think the odds are pretty good that whoever this is listens on Sunday.
Well, I got my own business, so I'll kick in. I live out here in Portland. I can get a hold of the Bigfoot Research Center, and I'll kick in a grand there. Somebody, I'll challenge anybody out there to kick in some money so we can go ahead and prove this once or for all.
Well, they are already offering, based tentatively on some confirmation of what's in here, to help this person out. So, if that was his requirement, then we have met it. And so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, keep up the good work, Mr. Bell, and
thank you.
Talk to you later.
All right. We'll see. I really do understand why this person would feel that way, and it's one of the aspects that made me lean toward believing the facts, was that he would have a natural fear of being charged with murder. The only part of it that doesn't make any sense to me is, if this was a biped creature walking on 2 feet, at 100 yards, in bad lighting, why would you shoot at anything on 2 feet? How would you see enough of it to be sure that you were not shooting a human being? And if it was on 2 feet, I would think the automatic assumption at that distance would be that it might be a human being. And so you would certainly err on the side of caution and not take your shot. That's the one aspect of it that bothers me. But, who knows? I mean, really, who knows? Anyway, we'll see. We'll see if we're contacted. In the meantime, anything you want to talk about is fair game as we unfold talk radio like a freight train running through the night. More in a moment. Once again, here I am. Well, folks, you're not going to believe this. But I have on the phone the author of the facts about Bigfoot. He's on the phone with me. And I had to talk very hard to try and get him to say a word or two on the air. and he's going to. You may recall the facts. For those that don't, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read the facts, and then we're going to go and say a couple of words to this man. And I am dying, as you are, of curiosity. Dear Art Bell, I know where 2 Bigfoots are buried. In 1973, 2 friends and myself were out hunting at night using spotlights. Came across 1 Bigfoot in an open field. He was about 100 yards away. 2 of us shot and dropped him. He got up, we fired again. He went down a second time. He got up again and started for the river. This time he was about 250 yards out. We fired again, hit him, but he did not drop. The next morning, we returned to the area and started to track him. It was easy since there was a lot of blood. We followed him down the river for about a half mile, came up on a large wild plum thicket. The blood trail went in there. We flipped a coin and the odd man went in. It was December. There were no leaves. I crawled in on my stomach. And about 50 feet in, that's 50 feet, I met with the female. Thank God for the .44 Magnum. It took 3 shots to bring her down. Each time I fired, she went backwards. She stood up, and my 2 buddies each fired, hitting her in the head. That was the end of it. We found the male dead in the thicket. Female had the same body as that of a human, sex organ, breast, and so forth. Male had the same type of organs as a human. The difference, though, was that of the face that looked like a cross between a human and ape. The male was about 7.5 feet tall, his weight about 350 pounds. The female, 7 feet tall and 300 pounds. Since they looked so human, we decided to bury them. We felt that we might get charged with murder. All 3 Vietnam vets were snipers, so we knew what we were doing. We took 10 Polaroid photographs, pictures. If you want to talk to me, then I will fax you my number. Just say the word bugs, and I will fax the number to you. If I agree to show you where they are, and if I need an attorney, your company will pay the bill. That is the only way. Well, while my company is certainly not prepared to foot the bill, the Bigfoot Society has indicated that with the right conditions, they are. They'll help. They have money. They have resources. They have helicopters. They're very serious about what they're doing with regard to Bigfoot. Now, I just, during this last break, got a simple fax with a way to contact somebody with the pseudonym of Bugs. He's on the phone right now, and here he is from an undisclosed location. We'll just leave it at that. I don't even right now want to know where you are. But I do want to say thank you for getting back to me.
You're welcome.
I was afraid that you only listened on Sunday evenings and that you wouldn't be up this late.
Well, I was already asleep. My wife was listening to you, and she woke me up.
Woke you up, eh? All right. There's a lot of confusion. People misheard the fact. Some people thought it was 50 yards in that you crawled. It wasn't. It was about, according to the facts, 50 feet, correct?
Right.
Now,
this thicket was, I would say about 50 feet wide by 150 feet long. It was in a draw or ravine or whatever you want to call it, and you could not see down into it, but there was no leaves, so you could see what was in front of you.
All right, let me take you back before this, if I can. The only part, and you may have heard me or your wife may have heard me mention this, that I had a hard time was that the first shots that were taken apparently were taken at night from about 100 yards.
Right.
And I take it what you had in your sights was a biped of some sort up on 2 legs, right?
Right. Well, when we first seen what it was, we seen the eyes. It was basically reddish. At first, we thought it could be a deer. The eyes were similar, and as we got closer, it was probably. I assumed it was in a crouch or kneeling position, and as we got closer, we came around a bend in the road that went into this flat area that run alongside the river, and it was a plowed field. And we were able to see, as we got closer, when we hit the lights, the pickup lights hit it first, brought the spotlights on it. we're using 500,000 candle-watt quartz beam lights.
Wow.
Back in 1973, we did this basically professionally because we were hunting coyotes, bobcats, coons, that sort of thing, because they were bringing a lot of money.
I've got you.
And as we come around, like I said, when the lights first hit it, we thought that it was a deer with the eyes. And as we got closer, we could see it was something crouched, and when we stopped to pick up, it stood up.
All right, so at first it was crouched down on all fours.
I wouldn't say it was on all fours.
Or you mean kind of crouched down like you...
kneeling or something.
All right, I've
extent.
got you. Mm-hmm. And so then, as you got closer, it reared up. It got up.
Right. And
how much detail could you make out of this thing?
At the point, when we throw the scopes on it, we could tell what it was. I mean, there was no doubt in our mind. Bird Dog and myself both knew immediately what it was. That it was a Bigfoot because the hair, the outline, the human form. But it was so hard to... The excitement, the adrenaline at that point was pumping like you wouldn't believe.
No, I believe it.
And I laid my rifle out my window, and he come across the top of the cab with his. And we both fired simultaneously. I mean, that's the way we did it when we hit coats. Whichever one decided, one of us fire out the driver's side or the window, and the other one come across the cab, and we both fired. And we fired instantly. He was using a 300 Weatherby, which is 300 Magnum. Mm-hmm. I was using a 243.
Okay.
He was shooting I believe, either 280. I believe it was a 280 grain bullet, and I was firing a 125 grain bullet. And we both fired. He fell over. I mean, it just like not really fell over, like he was knocked over. I'm assuming the 300 is what did that. We thought he was down. As he come back up.
Okay, I'm not an expert with guns. I know something about them, but I take it these are of a caliber and velocity that would bring down any normal animal.
Right? The 300 bring anything down in northern United States, in North America.
Okay.
The 243, no, it's not. It's more of a varmint weapon.
All right.
But the 300, I mean, you could probably bring down an elephant with it.
Okay.
It's probably the most powerful rifle there is in this part of the world, outside of an elephant gun. And the animal got up, stood on his hind feet, started to run away from us, and we fired again, and again it was just like something pushed him down. We knocked him down. And again we thought he wasn't going to get up, and we opened our doors. I did, and stepped outside, and Bird Dog come around the front, and he jumped up and he took off again, and this is when we fired the third time. And we hit him again because he kind of lurched forward, but he was further enough out that he went across. He hit the fence and it just rolled across the fence, and he got down into the river there, and he was gone.
Now, this was all at about what time of night?
I would say probably about 2:30.
2:30 in the morning. All right. Mm-hmm. So that was at the end of what occurred that night.
Right. We didn't. We didn't do any more looking for him that night because this thing is bigger than both of us put together nearly.
Yeah, I wouldn't go in there.
And we knew that he was hit. We knew that he was hit bad. And so...
You figured he wouldn't go very far?
No, he's not going to go very far.
So...
I mean, been hit at least 3 times or 4 by both weapons. He's not going very far.
Right. And he didn't. You came back when the next day, roughly?
Oh, we didn't even go to sleep. We just kind of drove around until sunlight.
I see.
And I would say probably, 7:30, 8, we arrived back over there. We picked up the blood trail. Bird Dog was a tracker in Vietnam. It was very easy for him to follow the trail. And we went down, I imagine about a half a mile, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Come up on the thicket. And that was when we went in after it.
All right. You're the guy, you flipped a coin to see who would go in, odd man out, right?
Yeah, I never was very lucky.
So in you go with a 44 Magnum.
Right.
And you got about 50 feet in and found what?
Well, as I was going in, I was scared, to be honest with you, but I just, I never suspected two of them. I got in, and the sound that this thing made as it come up at me.
What was that sound? You've heard me play, I assume. That.
Nothing like what you play.
Nothing like what I play.
Nothing like. It
All
was
right.
more of a scream.
A scream.
I mean, a woman can't scream the squealing sound the way this thing screamed. And it just put chills down your spine. But I seen it move. I seen it coming toward me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on all fours coming toward me. And I fired. And the 44, I'm shooting a 240 grain hollow point with an overcharge. Literally knocked that thing back about 3 or 4 feet. It got up and it come after me again. And I fired again. It did it 3 times that way. And the 4th time, it stood completely up. And when it did, Bird Dog and my other buddy cut loose on it, and they went through the head.
All right, I take it the thicket was low enough so that when this creature stood up all the way, it was standing high enough so they could get a shot at it.
Right. They're probably a plum thicket, I imagine probably 5-6 foot tall. Okay. And something to that extent. Well, it dropped and didn't make no more sounds, and I got closer, and I seen it wasn't breathing, so I knew it was gone. And about another probably 10 foot on the other side of it, I seen the other one laying there. And so it took all 3 of us to drag them out. They were that heavy. And then when we examined them, we got scared because the organs, everything, it was just like a human body with hair on it.
Oh, that was going to be my question. It was covered with hair?
Right. It had a kind of a brownish red hair.
Brownish red. And you estimated the weight, I think the male about 350 pounds, the female about 300, huh?
Something in that neighborhood.
And both of them over 7 feet.
At least. I can promise you that they were at least 7 foot tall. They could have even been taller.
No clothing, right?
No clothing.
The head looking half human?
I don't know how to really explain it.
Best you can.
It had a nose similar to a human's nose, but the mouth similar to an ape. The eyes, half human, half ape looking. It had a large, protruding type forehead. Mm-hmm. Whereas ours, kind of comes almost down on your eyes. This one hung probably half an inch or so out more so than ours would.
Did it have a neck?
Short neck.
Very short, huh?
Probably, if I remember right, maybe 3 inches.
That's not much of a neck.
I'll tell you the best way to describe the way they look from the backside. You've seen weightlifters where they don't have no neck and it just goes all up into muscles.
Yeah, sure.
That's the way it looked.
Like a no-necked NFL player.
Right.
Well, look, I can imagine your fear. I mean, what did you guys do when you finally got the bodies? You dragged them out. You looked at them. What was the conversation like?
Well, we started talking about what are we going to do? Should we notify somebody, or should we bury these suckers, or what?
Right.
And we finally come to the conclusion that we might go to prison. And so we decided, hey, let's put these suckers in a hole. And we buried them, and then covered it where nobody'd ever know they'd been buried there.
All right, well, I'm not an attorney, but from what you've told me, you didn't commit murder. I mean, you were hunting, and clearly, I think, if your description is even close to accurate, you did not kill what we think of as human beings. Let me ask you to stay put for just a minute. I've got commercial things I must do. And so without identifying the person, other than to say, this is Bugs, we'll be back in just one moment. Back now to somebody identified only as Bugs. All right, Bugs. So you guys, you sat around, you talked about it, you figured, look, we could get charged with something. So let's bury our mistake, I guess, or bury our... Did you consider it a mistake at that point?
I don't know what I considered it. I just being cautious is more than anything. We didn't know what would happen or what would go on, and it was just better that we just bury it. We took photographs.
Oh, that's the other question. You took, it says here, 10 Polaroid photographs.
Right.
Do you have those?
I don't have my 3. They burned in my house, burned in 1979. My friends still have theirs.
All right.
So there's still 7 photographs out there somewhere.
Here, so you feel you could return to the area, the site where these creatures are buried?
I know exactly where they're buried.
Your only request is that you would have assistance if it came to legal trouble. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to go to jail.
Well, it's been a long time. You're coming forward now. What made you decide to come forward? I mean, even halfway forward.
I never told no one except my wife, and I told her about this probably a year and a half, 2 years ago. And I guess the basic reason, I used to own every kind of weapon there was. Been an ex-Marine, you know, what the heck. But after that happened, I don't even own a weapon anymore. It did something to me.
That makes sense.
And I just, I don't know, I was listening to y'all talking the other night, and everybody was kind of laughing about, you know, Bigfoot. Hey, it's real, buddy.
All right, look, here's what I propose to do. I will, with your permission, get you a telephone number that you can call if you want to. Now, I'm the only one who knows how to get hold of you right now.
And you keep it that way.
And I'll keep it that way, I promise. What I will do is I'll contact the people at the Bigfoot Project. And if you want to proceed, I will then give you their number, and you can call them and take it a step at a time with them. How does that sound?
Well, that sounds fine, but I'll tell you, I still have to talk to my other 2 friends. They no longer live here. One of them, well, let's put it this way. If I told you where the other one lived,
don't tell me.
But they no longer live in this town.
Well, if you know how to contact them, why don't you go ahead and do that? And see if they feel the same way you do or not. And we'll proceed from there, Bugs.
But it'll have to be unanimous with all of us. All 3 of us will have to agree to it.
I understand. I appreciate your coming forward. I'm sure you'll hear some comment about it, and I appreciate your telling the story. So all I can tell you is I will protect you.
I will tell you this much, Art. The day I die, I will have a map where it's at. So
well, maybe
I'm 51 years old now, so it's not going to last forever.
All right, sir. I've got to take off. Thank you very much, Bugs.
You're welcome.
Get a good night's sleep, if you can. Well, there. Surprise, surprise, surprise. It is. Here I go again, right in the middle of it. Man, wasn't that something? Well, listen, I took the opportunity to talk to somebody during the break who knows about shooters, hunters, and he said what you just heard was a real McCoy. I'm not a hunter. I'm not a significant shooter. I know how to shoot. I've done a fair amount of it, but I don't hunt. I've never hunted, ever since I killed a squirrel when I was very young. But I think what you just heard was real. I thought the facts was real, and I thought what you just heard was real. So I don't know. That puts me seriously in the middle, but a promise is a promise. So I'll proceed exactly as I said I would. I don't know. What do you guys think? There are many of you out there I know who are far more familiar with hunters. And you listened to the story, as I did. What were your impressions? What have we got on our hands here? How would you proceed? Phew. Talk radio. Man, oh man. Incidentally, while we're on the subject of talk radio, a piece of news just came in from the wire service. I think it's probably Associated Press. And I'll read it to you as is. A man has been arrested for allegedly threatening radio personality Howard Stern. Police in New York say Samuel, it's C-A-L-L-E-A, of Buffalo, New York, was waiting when Stern arrived this morning to do his radio program. He allegedly shouted, quote, "I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to kill you," end quote. Stern's bodyguards, didn't know he had those, asked the person if he had a weapon. Police say he replied, "Yeah, got a shotgun in the trunk of my car." The bodyguards called police, who arrested the man and issued him a summons charging weapons possession and criminal trespass. So Howard had a bit of a scare, I guess, today. Thought I'd pass that on. Talk radio is a strange medium. And it's the kind of place where anything can happen, as was just demonstrated. I don't know, you tell me. What do you think we've got here? First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hi Art. This is Mark in Seattle.
Hi, Mark.
I had a question for you about your Cusco bumper music.
Yes.
There's a piece you've been playing for about the last 2.5 years I've been listening to you. Mm-hmm. And it starts out with a pounding drum beat, and it's not the one that was just on. And I was wondering...
Oh, yes,
if you could tell me what the name of that one was. And
Africa.
Pardon me?
It's called Africa.
Africa. And which of the albums is that on?
I can't remember.
Okay.
But it's called Africa, so obviously if you go into a music store and look through the albums, that's what you look for.
Okay, thanks, Art.
All right, thank you, sir. It might be Permac 2. That's just a kind of an off-the-hip guess. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Ron in Montana.
Hello, Ron.
I got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
My understanding on this guy with the Bigfoot issue is they were out at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
And when they first saw this, why are they hunting at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, they were hunting for money. They were actually out killing for money. If you listen, did you listen to it?
I was getting bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
My station drifts in and out.
Oh, I see. How did the tone of the story sound to you?
Well, it sounded realistic. I guess I'm just concerned with the responsibility of these hunters. Shooting at something that they haven't identified kind of gives sportsmen a bad name.
Well, if you were out in the woods and you saw something down on its haunches and it was gigantic and hairy, I guess based on that much, I mean, that's not a human being in your estimation. So, you know, I don't know what to think here, and I'm not sure how to proceed, but it sounds to me like they may have shot 2 Bigfoot.
Well, that's the impression I got. I guess I just don't see it as being very responsible sportsmen out there shooting at something that you haven't identified. It didn't sound like it was being a threat to them at the time.
Well, look, a lot of sportsmen. Yeah, but sir, wait a minute. A lot of sportsmen take down game that is not a threat to them.
But they usually have a license about what they're shooting at.
Yeah. Well, all of that aside, I mean that is fine. Not responsible, maybe not. I don't know. But I would think that if you saw something that was fully hairy, that your presumption, without clothes, your presumption certainly would be that it was not a human being. And I'm not going to sit here and defend the morality of taking a shot, or of his taking the shot, nor am I going to criticize it. What I wanted to get mostly now from y'all is a sense of the story. In other words, Did you believe it? I happen to think it's true. I believe it. I think we've got somebody here who took down a couple of Bigfoot. Or something like a Bigfoot. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I was listening to the story about the guy with that supposedly shot Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And with a couple.
Yep.
And I do believe him because my father used to travel a lot. He was a truck driver, and he had told me one time that he thought there was an animal on the side of the road, which he thought was a deer that was crouched down. He's seen the eyes, you know, like a deer with the headlights would hit the eyes. And then it got up and walked on its 2 feet, and it was around 7 foot tall. And matter of fact, from that day on, he was an avid Bigfoot fan. I mean, he, you know, bought magazines and researched on his own a lot.
Sure. It would drive you to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. The story just unfolded correctly, I thought. I'm not a hunter, so I can't judge that aspect
well, I'm not
of
a
it.
hunter either, but if you shot something like that was close to human, half human, and reasonably half ape, you would probably react the same way they did, too. I would think I'd be scared to death. I'd probably bury the thing, too.
I know. That's what I said the other night.
And coming forward, he has to prove himself now.
Well, no,
he follows up on it.
No, that's right. Thank you very much for the call. That's exactly right, and I might have done the same thing. And I might have taken the shot, too. I don't know. I'm not a hunter. I guess I wouldn't have, because I wouldn't be out there hunting. But I don't know. To me, the story had, layman me, it had the ring of truth to it. Now, what I would like to hear from is some hunters. I mean, you guys speak the language. Was this guy, did he seem to be on the level to you? Sure does make me feel in the middle of this. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Who's this?
Who are you expecting?
Art Bell?
Bingo.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Turn your radio off.
I already turned it off, sir.
That's good.
I'd never believe I would get on the air.
Well?
I've been listening to your show for like about 6 months, and I think you're a real good announcer. About the Bigfoot, are you guys still talking about that?
Whatever you want, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe that guy compared to that other guy that talked about that story about UFOs.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, about a couple of nights ago. I'm a little bit excited though. This is first.
Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
No. You're not allowed to use your last name on the air.
Oh, I'm not.
So I just had to take all that out. So let's start again. Your name is Joe?
Yeah.
All right, Joe. That's all we need is just your first name.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Anyway, you listened to the story that man told, didn't you?
Yeah.
And?
Well, I think it's 100% believable.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Have you ever done any hunting?
No, but I got a friend that does, and I'm going to tell him about it. Tomorrow.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to that. I want to hear from some hunters. That's one of the only ways I can quantify this story. I'm just a layperson in this area, and to me, it sounded legit. But I'd like to hear from some hunters. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. My name's Paul.
Hi, Paul.
And I'd like to read you something here.
Read me? Please don't. What is it concern?
Oh, well, it's civil rights.
Civil rights?
Yeah.
You want to read us our civil rights?
Well, it's kind of like it's a law that enforces our civil rights.
It's a law that enforces our civil rights?
Yeah.
Why would you want to read this to us?
Well, let the people know that they have
civil rights.
Right to enforce a law that will keep people from taking their civil rights.
A law that will. I thought that was the Bill of Rights.
Well, true, but this is out of the law books, Crime and Punishment.
Uh-huh. Well,
Our
thank
federal
you very much, but we don't read on the air. If you want to have a discussion about something, you're welcome to do it. But I have found generally, when people read on the air, it just doesn't work out. I think most people are aware of what rights they have. As a matter of fact, people are very aware of the rights they have. Not so aware of the responsibilities that should come with them. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Art, how you doing?
I'm okay.
I got a little complaint here. I don't think you was on Sunday night here. I'm in Seattle. This is Jim.
Well, Jim, when they have sports or something else, it offsets it. So that happens.
You was on here, but it was a rerun.
A rerun of what?
Of one of your old shows. Plus, you're on two stations at the same time. It's real confusing.
We know. We're on KVI and Como.
Yeah.
Well, at 1 o'clock in the morning during the week, we switch over to Como.
I think you start at 11 o'clock on both channels, don't you?
Well, maybe that's right. Now, maybe they have changed that. I'm not exactly sure. Thank you very much. No, I think it was live. When we are live, they carry us live. And then, of course, on the weekends, there are some repeats. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art.
Yes.
Thoroughly enjoyed your book.
I beg your my book. You liked it, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Good. I'm glad.
Oh. It's the new Mother Nature. She's taken over.
What's the new Mother Nature?
The one that's going to get us all.
Going to get us all? Doomsday?
We got a long time for that.
The end of the line?
We got a long time for that.
Oh, good.
We're all worrying for nothing.
All right, thank you. Strange. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. Art?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Just wanted to call about this Bigfoot thing.
What do you think?
Well, I have a hard time believing it. I have to agree with the gentleman who called in and said it was giving sportsmen a bad name shooting what they weren't sure they were at.
Yeah, but that is not the issue. The issue is whether or not.
Well, I mean, that's what's putting doubt in my mind. If these all are the hunters they claim to be, I don't believe they would have shot something without identifying it first. So that throws the
But wait a minute now. He did identify it to the degree that it was in a crouch. It had a totally hairy body and didn't look fully human. Now, that's pretty animal-like.
Okay, well, I came into the story late, so if you could maybe clarify.
Oh, I see. So you didn't hear it.
Yeah, if you could maybe clarify one. I heard the last part of his call.
Oh, all right. Well, then thank you for the call, but obviously you're not going to be able to reasonably comment on it. I swear I'd play it back if I had the ability to do that. I should have recorded it so I could do exactly that. Darn. Well, we do have it, of course, at the network, and it could be played back from there, but not tonight as the recording continues. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Mike from Flint.
Hello, Mike.
Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was, I'm going to reserve comment on the Bigfoot thing till I hear a little more. But, I was calling, this is kind of a strange story that I read in one of the tabloids, but it was sort of off the wall that there is an element of truth to it, I think, because it involves, were you familiar with the 60s rock band Iron Butterfly?
Sure.
I don't know if maybe some of your listeners have heard this, but like their bass player, after the group broke up or, whatever, was some sort of like a computer wizard, and evidently just a couple of years ago, I guess he made quite a decent amount of money. A couple of years ago, according to this article, he came upon worked out some sort of program on this computer, some sort of big deal. They didn't really explain it too well. I'm hoping maybe somebody out there will know, but evidently it involved faster, this is what it said, faster than light communication, which is pretty bizarre. Faster than light anything is pretty bizarre, but and then evidently now the guy is missing. that was the main crux of the story, was that he was missing.
Vanished? A victim of his own new calculations, perhaps?
Possibly. Evidently he left a message on his phone machine saying that he was going to kill himself. But so maybe, or
but
I don't know if he ever turned up somewhere.
Nobody has found the body.
What's that?
I said nobody has found the body.
No, like I said, he may have even just came up not missing anymore. I was wondering maybe somebody out there knows a little more about this than I.
All right, weird story. We'll check it out with some others. Thank you. I have no idea. Interesting concept. Faster than light communications. Accomplished with something that communicates roughly at the speed of light or just below it. Huh. I wonder if there would be a way to accomplish that through computation. Not as wild as you might imagine. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning. This is Sky in New Orleans.
Hello, Sky.
Yes, I'm going to call for input on the for bugs.
Yeah.
I find it more believable than not. By what margin, I'm not sure. And I'll tell you why. One, I myself am a hunter. I've been a sniper before also. He did sound to know exactly what he's talking about as far as the firearms, especially when he was speaking about the 300. That is definitely something that can, reach out and touch someone.
Mm-hmm.
The way he, described everything and just, what weapons, were doing to the creature, would make sense. And just, I don't know, just the sound of his voice, like it was an actual experience.
Yeah, I know. It hit me that way, too.
There's something else that also, if I don't know if you can allow the time for this. I've tried to get through before with your Halloween show or Truth or Trash. But a related story is, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Falk Monster or the Honey Island Swamp Monster down in this area.
No, I haven't. I'll tell you what, though. I will put you on hold, all right?
Okay.
And you're going to have to sit for a while. Just relax. Let me do a little work here, and we'll get to those stories. All right, monsters. Now, this came from a tabloid of some kind?
No, not a tabloid.
No?
There's a long time been floating around stories about what is called the Honey Island Swamp Monster.
What is it?
Well,
wait, by the way, is your radio on, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did turn it back on during the break.
Turn it off.
It is off.
All right. What is this monster?
There's been numerous reportings, which is basically a Bigfoot-type creature with an incredibly foul stench. And the Honey Island Swamp is right along the border of Louisiana, Mississippi area,
okay,
in the Pearl River area. And like I said, for several years, you hear different stories coming through about people, hunters, trappers, people out crawfishing or what have you, coming across creatures that look, basically a Bigfoot-type description.
Mm-hmm.
And the same came from the Falk area of Arkansas, which is in the southwest corner around the Texarkana area.
Right.
And what has been strange, some people have reported coming across footprints, oddly enough, with a 3-toe signature instead of, a normal 5-toe, which has always been associated with the Bigfoot. But like I say, there have been different stories floating around the swamp areas.
Yeah, there have been so many reports that I'm fairly convinced there is something out there. This man's story that I heard a little while ago, what did you think of it, sir?
Well, like I say, if I had to guess, I would say, 60%, maybe a little better, more believable than not.
Than not. All right. I would agree with that. Thank you very, very much for the call. And that's, I guess, my assessment, too. About 60% or a little better. In other words, I lean toward believing it, amazing as it is. I'm really glad he called. I'm glad that you all got to hear it. I don't know that I'm glad I'm in the middle of this right now, because I think I believe it. We'll be right back. Well, good morning. We've had something occur on the show program this evening. The man who sent me the facts on Sunday about shooting of the Bigfoot, plural, two of them, contacted me tonight by fax, and I put him on the air. from 12 midnight Pacific time until 12:30. He told the story on the air in significant detail. I've had a couple of people in doubt about the bullet weights, but I've also talked to a couple of hunters who say, no, he was exactly right. And I've got a number of faxes here. This was a significant occurrence, and it's kind of put me in the middle here. From Bob, I won't give the last name, a retired Border Patrol supervisor. Art, I've been listening to Bugs, that's his pseudonym, with interest for the last few minutes, and I think the guy is telling the truth. I will bet he can produce some photos and take you to the graves. Wow, what a find. Or this, hi Art, well this certainly sounds like the real deal. Now, once and for all, we're going to be able to put a stop to the myth about the Bigfoot. I'm happy and sad, all in the same mood. Yes, I believe the fellow. But I have an awful feeling deep down in my guts about this. You know the feeling. The one where you know that you have done something terribly wrong. Signed, Greenwood Charlie. Art, you should request your Bigfoot person to at least send you 1 or 2 of the remaining 7 Polaroids. If they were taken some 20 or so years ago, I'm sure the photos could be dated as being taken from Polaroid film available during that period, just as the alien autopsy film was analyzed. Even if the individuals won't come forward, the photographs and their verification would be very impressive. Yes, I agree. Or this, I believe we've got a very credible story here. Bugs mentioned photographs. Art, you need to get him to send you a couple, so we can get our opinions more solidified through your eyes. I see no harm to this man, if he submits photos to you for further proof. So there you are. Dear Art, Bugs sounded sincere. What really sounds correct is that the hunter would take down a Bigfoot rather than trying to capture it. This is exactly the same thing that you have commented about aliens. If these hunters had encountered an alien, they would have taken the same action. A sorry comment about mankind. Dear Art, the calibers Bug mentioned are real. I've owned them both. The story he told, believable. Believable to me because there was something in his voice that is exactly how I feel myself about killing anything after years past, being an avid hunter. Or this from a physician, I will not give his name, Thomas, a medical doctor. Ballistically, Bugs describes accurately the reactions of a large wild animal to the energy of the various bullet hits to the creatures. So, I'm sorry if you did not get to hear it. It was an amazing half hour. I kind of feel in the middle of it now, very much in the middle of it, and it would have been a lot easier in a lot of ways had it not been so apparently realistic. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is the Italian Stallion. Boy, is it raining down there?
No, the wind is screaming, though.
Boy, I just had to say, you're just so wet tonight on this story, and these people are so naive. I mean, you're talking to a person that has a dream to have an expedition and go hunt Bigfoot and write books and stuff, and right now I don't have the funds, but I can tell you this much. Okay, the guy knew a lot about guns and stuff. I reload myself, and I know and steady ballistics and stuff. Okay, so what? Yeah, he shot at it with a 243 and a 300 Weatherby. I mean, I wouldn't shoot anything that was like a beast with a 240.
Well, that's what they had there, I guess. I mean, they were hunting various game. If you heard his explanation for profit, and so that happened to be what they had on hand. I don't find it unusual that there would be different caliber weapons on hand, frankly. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yo, Art.
Hello.
I tuned in after the show was on to about 12:40 was when I tuned in, but I had an experience up in Northern California with a friend of mine. We're headed up to Reno and about Bigfoot, and I just wondered if you might be interested in hearing it. And
briefly, yeah, sure.
Okay, well, we were on our way to Reno. We're up by Mount Shasta, about 25 miles out in the woods. By the way, I contacted Ray Crow and told him my story, and he believed me. And we stopped to rest, and we got out and started walking around, looking around in the forest and stuff, and there was like an old fence up there. We saw a long strand of hair. It was probably 2 feet long. And we took that and said, oh, this must be an elk or something like that up here, a horse or something like that. And so we discarded it, and we went back to Mount Shasta to talk to some people at the store and get some groceries and things, and they told us that there was no elk, and up in that area there's no horses or anything that are ridden up there. It was a real dense forest up there. And we wish we could have kept that hair, and we just, threw it out the window as we were going back to Mount Shasta, laughing about it. Thought it was probably just horse hair, and they said no, but there have been sightings of Bigfoot up there. And we heard some noises down in the brush, so we went down to investigate during that time, and it was like a grunting sound. And we went down in there, and it would move away from us, and when we come back up to the car, just before we left, it was right back in the same area, making sort of like big, heavy grunt noises. And by that time, we said, we're just going to get in the car and get out of here. This is too weird. But that's the only encounter I've ever had with something that could have been Bigfoot. But
well, what did you think? Oh, you say you didn't hear the story.
No, I didn't get a chance to hear that.
Yeah, that's really a shame. All right, well, what we may do is we'll pull that half hour in the morning after the program, and prep it, and perhaps repeat it for you tomorrow night, somewhere in this hour, so I can be sure that everybody has heard it. I think that what you heard was a significant occurrence. That's my take on it. And if I were a betting man, and I don't think I would put money on this one way or the other, but if I did, I would bet it was the real thing, and I would bet this man could lead us to those graves. That's what I think. It's just a feeling. I mean, I listened to his story, and I thought I was impressed by it. I thought it was real. As I thought the facts was real, I think the rendition we got on the air was added to my impression that what we're hearing is real. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. I guess we missed him. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Herb from Nelchina, Alaska.
Boy, all of a sudden Alaska's in here hot and heavy. Yes, sir.
Well, I've been listening to this thing on Bigfoot all night, and it's really intriguing. And I'm a retired big game hunting guide and lived in Alaska a long time, and I find a few things wrong with Bugs' story as you related it over the air tonight. But I think that the passage of time, it hassling over these different bullet weights and everything.
Well, I thought that was
anybody in 20 years can get turned around on that, especially if they're not real experts at reloading and things like that. My only question with the whole deal is that, over the past 30 years or so, 35 years, there's been a number of sightings and a lot of publicity on these Bigfoot and abominable snowmen and all this other thing. I think that it's ironic that the fact that Bugs went into details about the calibers and everything, he didn't mention the smell or the stench of these animals. And that's the only question I have in the whole thing, because one, I do believe there are such critters, whatever they may be, in existence, because there's just been too many sightings, and
there's something to it, obviously.
Sure, but the key to the thing, and I just heard where Bugs refaxed you and he's withdrawing.
I don't blame him.
Well, here's the deal.
Not entirely. I mean, he offered me the opportunity to go out there if I wanted to.
Yeah, but see, that's not going to get the job done. If this actually happened, and I have reason to believe that maybe it did.
Yeah.
This would be such a contribution to the scientific community.
But if it turns out that way, see, if you put yourself in his shoes, a lot of things could happen. They could dig up the remains of this thing. They could run genetic tests.
Sure.
And maybe they couldn't discern between a human and whatever this was. And if that was the case, he could end up getting charged.
Well, the thing of it is, there's been some folks this evening that said that, well, it was unethical to hunt at night. Well, predator hunting at night under light is legal in a lot of states. It's an accepted method of hunting predators. He indicated that when they hit it with the light, it stood up.
Yep.
Well, all the years that our family and myself, we've guided, at night, even with a 500,000 candle power, a critter like that stand up, and you notice I use the term critter, could look an awful lot like a bear.
Yep.
And maybe that's why they had a 300 Weatherby there. You know what I mean? Now,
yeah, I mean, everybody's tearing this whole thing apart in minutia.
Right.
To me, it's not.
I think he has a defense, and I think that as legal counsel enters into this thing, or legal advice, I think one of the salient points that should be considered is that, one, if he is afforded, him and his two buddies are afforded immunity. And I think that this is possible because, one,
I don't think it would be offered. I appreciate your call, sir, but look, if a charge could be leveled like manslaughter, a lesser charge than murder, I'm sure it would be, but there could be a manslaughter charge. Easily. They would not, with a possible crime. What the hell do the police know? For all they know, he cooked up this story to cover what was a murder. The police are going to be open to all possibilities. And they're not going to offer that kind of immunity, not for that kind of crime. They're just not going to do it. So, frankly, I understand this fear. And I'm not surprised by it. In fact, if anything, it adds more weight to the whole thing as far as I'm concerned. I'd be afraid too. Plus, you got to remember that he's out there on his own. And I can tell you that before he went on the air, he said, I don't want to go on the air. I want to be able to contact the other two guys. So that too makes sense. So he's probably afraid he's too far out on a limb, and he is pretty far out on a limb. Frankly, I believe the story. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, I had a question about, this is Tillman in Nashville, by the way.
Yes, sir.
I believe the guy's story about the Bigfoot.
I did too.
But wouldn't the bodies have decayed by now? That was like
Yes, of course they would have. But decayed beyond identification? No. I mean, you can probably exhume, since it was buried and wasn't there for scavengers, you could probably exhume and do genetic testing and other type of testing.
So you think they could find some of the remains?
Sure.
Okay. And not to get off the subject, well, I guess it would be.
Be on any subject you want.
The guy that wanted to know people's fears.
Yes.
I work for the post office, and I have a big fear that
you sir, are people's fears.
Well, I have fear of some of the people I work with.
Yeah, that's what I meant. All right, thank you very much. A postal employee. Did any of you see Naked Gun 33 1/3? What a dumb movie, but the beginning of that movie was a riot. It was an absolute riot with babies bouncing down the stairs and in baby carriages. And this wave after wave of evil people with bombs strapped on from the Middle East. Mad postal employees with machine guns. It was a riot. The scenes in the beginning of that movie were a riot. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Ron.
Okay, turn the radio off, Ron.
It's right now I am.
Yes, that's
okay.
Good. Get the radio off, or we'll have to leave the line.
It's off now.
That's good.
Okay, calling about the gentleman that called in about the Bigfoot.
Yes,
First of all, I want to say that I totally believe that these things could be possible. The problem with this story is, if I may, is that, but going from the end forward, he described this thicket as 150 feet by 50 feet, did he not?
Well, he said he was 50 feet into it, and that it was only, 4 or 5 feet tall, something like that.
Well, I think he described the side in the ravine of 150 feet long, 50 feet wide.
In totality, yes, but he only went 50 feet in.
Okay, well, he must have been crawling in.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay, but not crosswise, see, vertically, the long ways, because otherwise he'd be out the other side. Now, one thing that hunters would do.
No. You wouldn't be out the other side of something 150 feet long if you were 50 feet in.
No, but it was 150 feet long, 50 feet wide. What, am I incorrect in what I heard?
Well, look, he went in. We're going to have to play the thing again tomorrow night.
Okay. Well,
get the facts down.
Just quickly though, if he basically, when you're doing this, and I understand why he was, and I have nothing against it. I mean, well, I do morally about hunting at night and so forth, but logically, it seems like they would have walked together around the perimeter of this to check it out. I mean, it only would make sense. That would be my first instinct, is let's all walk together in the group, obviously very close together, so in case anything happened, all the fire would go the same direction. Okay, that's one thing. The second thing is when backing up in the beginning of the story, is when they sight this thing, it seems logical that this animal being of that nature, to hear a motor and the headlights coming. When it's dark, Art, you can see headlights miles away out there.
Well, he said they had a very, very bright light. They were doing professional hunting.
Oh, no, but they hit that when they spot it with the headlights.
Well, they spotted it with that big, particular bright light they had, is what he said.
Right.
And that is the way a lot of people have hunted for a long time. It's
I
not
understand.
necessarily
I'm from
proper,
the South,
but
and yeah. But anyway, those are my two main concerns. I mean, that far away, of course, and then having the time. And one thing he did say that lent to give it the positive side was he said once they spotted it in the scope, there was not a doubt he knew what it was. You remember that part?
Well, or at least that it didn't appear human. Now, that was my question. If you have something standing on 2 feet, which he said it wasn't, it was down on all fours, or crouched, he said.
Correct.
And then it came up.
Right.
And the whole thing was hairy. Now, and not dressed. I mean, that is not, to a hunter, a human.
No, I agree. But at that point, see, I mean, I'm just talking about things going really fast when this happens here. You see this thing crouch, and obviously you see, when you're doing that, usually the eyes give away the animal, first thing. That's what's going to reflect. Okay, they see that, they put the light on it, they bring the rifles right up to scope, and probably at that very instant the animal stands up in the scope so they can see it through the scope, and that's when he said that he had no doubt of what it was.
Tell me something.
Yes.
What would you advise him to do now? To come forward, or to let sleeping Yeti lay, as it were?
Well, first of all, I'm on the 60-40 other side, and I don't believe it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that wasn't the question.
I can't advise somebody else on what to do. All I can say is what I would do.
What would you do?
I would have to walk somebody right to it. Forget the pictures. Let's go do it. Let's go find them. Of course, get yourself covered first legally.
All right. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you cover yourself legally, and I understand his reluctance. No, I would say don't forget pictures. Pictures are of the creatures as they were when they were shot. So I wouldn't say forget the pictures. I would say that would be a good place to begin, frankly. A very good place to begin. Well, all right, the reaction continues to pour in, and guess what? I've got one more communication here from Bubs. And here it is. We knew what we were shooting at using two 500,000 candle power quartz spotlights. Quartz spotlights. We always knew what we were shooting at. These spotlights would light up the area for 300 yards to see with. We used Weaver 9 to 15 by 50 power scopes. If we could not identify what we were looking at, we would not shoot. There were a lot of cattle in this part of the country, and you sure didn't want to shoot a cow. We were sportsmen in the true sense. We lost a lot of money by not shooting. The weapons we were using were a Remington 700 BDL 243 caliber 125 grain bullet, a Weatherby 300 Magnum 280 grain bullet. The pistol I used was a Ruger 44 Magnum Blackhawk 240 grain bullet. The reason we hunted was that coyotes were bringing from $50 to $100 each, bobcats $750 or more. On good nights, you could make $400 or $500. And I can't read you the rest of this. So, there you are, for whatever it's worth. And I, of course, have a flood of faxes here. Now, what I intend to do is take the half hour that we had and replay it tomorrow night, probably in this hour, so I can be sure that everybody by then has heard it. I'm just getting flooded with faxes. The Bigfoot story, the tone of it. Art, I've hunted a lot. I've been around a lot of good old boys like this guy and his buddies. I know a lot about firearms. Everything he said sounded right on. The whole tone of his story sounded authentic, and I tend to believe it. It rings sincere. I sure hope he and his buddies agree to reveal the photos and the location of the graves. His description of the eyes reflecting light tends to make me think these things are more animal than human. Human eyes don't reflect light. They sound like the giants who roamed Earth, described in the Old Testament of the Bible. Could they be holdovers? Or this. No doubt the Bugs account was real. To listen to him speak about how after the incident he gave up weapons was a very telling modulation in his voice during this time. When you get the tape of it, listen closely. It was certain to me that he feels deeply about the experience and is wanting absolution before his own death. Mark in Honolulu. About Bugs and the Bigfoot, another one from Riverside. By the way, hunting deer at night with a light is called jack lighting, and to my knowledge has been illegal in the States for quite some time. Yes, I believe that's true. So, the moral questions aside, the legal questions looming, I personally judge it to be a real story, and I don't know exactly where it's going to take me, but I think it's real. And if we ever want to settle this whole thing, this whole damn thing, with regard to Bigfoot, here is an opportunity, one that I can't let pass. So we'll see where it goes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is Brett calling from Chicago.
Hi, Brett.
Hi. I'd be inclined to believe the guy about the Bigfoot story.
Yeah, I was too.
And I'll tell you why. My father was a Marine sniper recon division in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the same way of talking about death as a lot of Marines do. And the way he was talking about the way they came upon the thing and hunted it, it sounds a lot like a sniper. So I'd be inclined to believe the fellow. Pictures would be more proof, or a map or something like that.
Absolutely.
But the way he was talking.
Yeah, I know. That's what I bought too. The first fax I got was very tentative. It showed the concern he would have for his legal position. I would too.
Sure.
And I just think there's a better than even chance that it's a true story, and it's an opportunity to finally find out.
And people who face death in such a way like that don't tend to lie about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can never tell. I mean, people might make up a story, but you could almost feel it. You almost had, I just, it's hard. Maybe I'm just too naive. Some lady called yesterday, said I'm really
Yeah, but he had a believability in his voice.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought so too. And this is something that I would like to finally see settled. Wouldn't you? Or is it better not to know? I think there's very little choice now, legally and otherwise. I think this has to be followed on. But I will keep my word. Oh, my. Problems we make for ourselves, eh? Incredible. So we will be in follow-up contact with this Bigfoot organization in Oregon, one that has serious resources. They've got helicopters, they've got financing, they're very serious about what they do, and they've communicated with me now 2 or 3 times since the facts, and now, no doubt, up in Oregon. In fact, I would like to get through to them. I'd like to talk to this Bigfoot organization now, maybe even on the air. And the person who heads it knows my private number. If he wants to contact me here at the top of the hour, we'll get your reaction to it. And I don't even know if he's awake at this hour. I would hope that he would have been. Boy, I'll tell you. In the years I've done talk radio, there have been a number of times like this when I sort of walk into something and kaboom. All of a sudden you've got a sort of a situation on your hands. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art.
Yes.
It's an honor to talk to you.
And to you, sir.
Okay, my name is Fred. I'm from Kansas.
Hi, Fred.
I'm calling about your Bigfoot story.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to qualify myself. I'm a police officer. I've also hunted extensively. I've shot everything from desert javelina to moose in Canada.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm also involved in a tactical team, long-range shooting, and I've got a lot of experience in ballistics and different calibers. You had a caller that was a former Army sniper a while ago, and started talking about loads available for the particular rifles that Bugs was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I have to agree with him. He's right.
Did you, first let me ask you, did you hear Bugs?
Yes, I did.
You did, okay.
The overall story itself was fairly believable the way it was told.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he would have been able to identify it very easily at night with that type of light and with a good quality rifle scope. I'm not aware of a 9x15 by 50 millimeter Weaver scope being produced, but he may have been, close anyway. But the cartridges are not available in the bullet weights he was talking about. Not from the factory would they even be able to shoot those bullet weights if they were available from a custom loader.
Mm-hmm.
That's what really threw me on it. Immediately, I picked up on that. And then, of course, as the Army sniper was talking about Newton's Law, you can't get around that. You will
No, you can't get around that. However, the animal, to the shooter, it may have, in fact, the animal may have done that in reaction to being hit that way. Now, that doesn't mean that the bullet, the physics, I understand what you're saying about the physics of it, but the animal may have reacted in that manner when it was hit.
Possibly, but according to Bugs, the animal was charging toward him, and he's talking about a 300-pound animal.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you want to talk about a .44 Magnum being able to stop something in its tracks or knock it backwards, you still have the momentum of the animal that's charging toward him, and to throw it back 3 or 4 feet is, virtually impossible.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. You are a police officer?
Yes, I am.
If somebody came to you and they sat down in the police station and they told you the story and they said, look, I want to lead you to the bodies. I want to clear this up. It's been on my conscience all these years. What would your inclination be?
Well, absolutely, we're going to check this out. And not necessarily the possible homicide. But, we get calls. People see lights in the sky, all kinds of things. And, sometimes it's easily explainable.
Sometimes it is, but when you have shot something and buried it, and know where you buried it, and took photographs of it, then it seems to me you've got something that somebody in your position would at least follow up on.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I would check this out. And please understand, I believe in Bigfoot too. My sister lived in Vancouver, Washington for a long period of time, and I was in the area. And, in that country, you can walk past something 3 feet away and you wouldn't see it. It's unbelievable, the rainforest. And I'd say there's a real strong possibility Bigfoot exists. I don't have a problem with that. I have a little problem with Bug's story.
All right. I appreciate your input. Thank you very much. And there is some more input. Now, whenever anybody has told a story on this program or any story that you hear from anybody, it will be picked apart 6 ways from Sunday. I would say, based on the faxes that I've received, I've probably got about 100 faxes here. And about 80 or 90% of them seem to believe the story. About that percentage. So there you go. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Hi.
Lone Eagle.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off there, Lone Eagle.
Let me get to the okay, got it.
All right, good.
Well, I tend to agree with the Army sniper and the policeman from Kansas that you've got trash. However, the gentleman
I'm not sure that's what they said.
Well, they
had some doubts about it. They didn't say trash.
No, they didn't. They said that some of the things he said just couldn't be true. The other thing is that I want Bugs to know that based on what he's already said, he's not going to be that hard to track. And if he has, in fact, done what he said he's done, based on his age, he was in his 30s when he did this.
Yeah.
He should have known better. Not only is he a blight to hunters, but he's also a blight to Vietnam veterans. He casts the image that Vietnam veterans are killers. And that's what he did.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. All right. Enough, thank you. I was in Vietnam. That's a bunch of crap. He did not cast some sort of a shadow of all Vietnam vets as killers. That's ridiculous. Look, I'm not a hunter. I don't kill things. But that statement is just asinine. And that kind of makes me angry, if you want to know the truth. Look, whatever else you may think of the story, I can easily understand that somebody may have regrets over this. Can't you understand that? Don't you think that you might, if you did such a thing, have regrets about what you did? And the approach that you just came on with, that kind of made me angry. I didn't get that out of it at all. And now I think that your objection to the story is more of one based on some sort of moral judgment that you've made. Or perhaps some guilt that you feel yourself, that tweaked in you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hate to sound like a parrot, but you are one hard guy to get a hold of.
Well, I'm glad you made it. Where are you?
I'm in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Yes, sir. KRAE.
Yes, sir. I am listening to K-Ray. I know just a little while ago, you guys got hooked up in the Laramie, too.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
But I'm originally from Minnesota, northern Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the Bigfoot thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure whether he's right or you know, if the story is legitimate or not. That's not really why I was calling. I was just trying to put in a little bit of my input on. I used to shine a lot also myself. I don't know if you know what I mean by shining, but using lights at night to hunt animals.
I know. I mean, people, look, we all know that it's done, has been done. People have done it for years. We know it is against the law. And I'm not out to render, you know, some sort of moral judgment on what he did. I'm not trying to look at the story from that point of view. I mean, that's certainly a talk we could have. We could have a discussion about the morality of what he did, but it was a long time ago. It's a done deal. I think now, if we believe the story is true, then we should be looking at trying to get to the graves, trying to get the photographs, trying to find out if it's all real.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't actually think he'll come out and it'd be pretty hard for him to come out and actually do something like that. And the reason why I'm saying that is, like, I wouldn't even. I'm not even willing to give you my first name over the telephone because
I understand.
I know.
Sir, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 32.
32. Let me tell you something about age. As you add another 20 years, you'll begin to reflect on things that you've done in your life. And as you get older, in your 30s, this might not seem apparent. But as you enter the latter half of your life, let's say, you begin to reflect and think about things you've done earlier in your life in a way that you would not when you're 30. I'll just simply tell you that is true.
Oh, yeah, I can understand that, and I can relate to it. My father went through the same thing. He can't even shoot an animal anymore, but he used to do the same things before.
Yeah.
But it's a hard thing to come out and, make it public to people. And, whether he'd have a lawyer or not, he would still be faced with them kinds of charges. I find it hard to believe he'd get off on that.
Well, there is no statute of limitations on murder. Thank you very much for the call. There is no statute of limitations. However, again, I can tell you, this is personal experience. As you get older, you begin to reflect on things that you've done. And we have all done things that we are sorry for. Things that we carry guilt about. You heard it from a caller here a little while ago. I kind of got angry about that. But we all carry things, we're imperfect beings, and I'm certainly an imperfect being, and don't mind telling you that. And I've had moments of serious reflection about things I've done in my life that I'm not proud of. So I understand why somebody would want this off their chest or want it cleared up in their life. Don't you? Maybe in your 20s or your 30s you can't consider that. But I assure you, as you get older, you do have moments of reflection about this kind of thing. We'll be right back. Okay, we're going to have to start all over again.
I'm sorry about that,
Art. Everybody should know the only thing we're allowed to take is first names only on the air. So this is Mark, and also from Cheyenne.
Yeah,
yes,
I do apologize for that, Art.
That's all right.
Hey, I'll tell you, I had a couple problems with what Bugs was saying.
Yes.
And just to qualify myself, I've done hunting all throughout North America and in Southern Africa, and done quite a bit of competitive shooting along with that.
Okay.
The one thing he did say, they were out there, the reason they were hunting in the 70s was the fur trade.
That's what he said,
hides
yeah.
were worth so much money.
Yeah.
I guess, like you said on the facts. Why would anyone be using a 300 Weatherby to begin with when you're hunting furs? I've done some of that quite a bit, and you got a gun like that, and you lose a lot of accuracy. The recoil on a 300 Weatherby is extremely violent.
Well, they had a lighter caliber gun as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did have a 243, and that's very much believable.
So
that,
maybe, if there was three of them, maybe they had different weapons for different possible applications. I don't know. I'm not a hunter, so I don't know.
Well, and that may very well be. I don't really know why they'd have a 300 with them. But in any event, and also like that policeman was saying, the bullet weights. I did a little looking while I was listening to that, and it just sounded bogus. And I'll tell you, I couldn't find anything as big as what they were saying for either caliber.
Well, he could have more easily, in the thread of his story, just told us the caliber he was using without telling us that he had loaded them to this degree. In other words, he didn't have to add that to the story. He could have left it at we use the following calibers, right?
Yeah, if he'd have done that, and that's like I say that there might be there's a lot of obscure bullet manufacturing companies. If this fellow reloaded, who knows?
Especially for hunters, or they might have done reloads. I know. All right.
Yeah.
Listen,
one more thing.
One more thing. I've got a newscast coming up. Do you want to hold?
Yeah, if you'd let me.
I'll let you. Sure.
All right,
stay right where you are. Good morning, everybody. What a night it has been. Another one to mark down in the annals of strange talk radio. Anyway, it's good to be here, and we've got another hour to go. I'll tell you a funny story. I'm not a big game hunter. I'm concerned more about my little game, my little wild feral cat. And he has been venturing forth in the middle of the night. And I just went out there during this break, and my big 17-pounder, my lump of love, my big 17-pound cat, Abby, came over and sat on my lap. Not an unusual thing for him to do, and promptly began to purr and beg getting petted. Well, out comes our little scaredy cat friend, feral cat. He's looking at this. And he's watching, this big cat is his buddy. I mean, he wants to be buddies with my big cat. And so he came strolling out of the bedroom, cautiously, tentatively, and he'll back up and then he'll come forward a little and back up. Scaredy cat. And he looked at the big 17-pounder sitting on my lap, and he had the doggonedest expression on his face, like, "Are you out of your mind? You're sitting on a human lap." It was like, really? Look at what he's doing. He's sitting on that human's lap. Has he lost his cat mind? And, well, maybe I could do well, but I better not. But, gee, it looks like it's okay. He's not getting shredded. And so let me get a little closer. And he got so close to me. This cat is coming around. Slowly but surely, he's coming around. My big 17-pounder is helping, showing him that humans do not shred little cats that get near humans. He just had a natural inbred fear of human beings, but that's slowly beginning to seep away, and he gets closer and stays out longer. But if you could have seen the expression on this cat's face, it was like, have you lost your cat mind? You're actually on a human being. What's the matter with you? All right, the last communication from Bugs is as follows. Art, the bullet grain could have been 75. I don't remember. I know that I use a Sierra boat tail bullet, whatever that is. I don't know. But he says, I know I use a Sierra boat tail bullet. I have not shot a weapon since that time. I sold all my rifles, all my pistols. I'll write the entire story in detail to you tomorrow and fax it to you. Then my fax machine is just absolutely burning up with people. It's sort of come down to people arguing with people, callers arguing with callers here. And it's beginning to remind me of the Kennedy assassination discussions that have gone. In other words, we're getting away from the original story that Bugs told, and we're getting into sort of an argument about the minutia, the detail, and I'm not sure that is that important as you try to judge the story. Don in Escondido writes, out of the Midway Reloading Catalog, Barnes rifle bullets, 243 caliber, go to 150 in grain, 300 Weatherby magazine, 30 caliber bullet weights up to 250 grain. Also, spear bullets, whatever those are, to 105 grain and 243 caliber. Page 36. Sierra bullets go up to 107 grains and 243 caliber. Page 37. So, who knows? Art, the solution to your Bigfoot problem is easy. Bugs should return to the burial site and mark it with spray paint. He should then mail you a detailed map so that you can remail it to the Bigfoot organization. This will keep Bugs completely anonymous. Nothing would reveal his identity. No name, no mailing point, no nothing but a map. Dave in Independence, Missouri. I suppose that's possible, but the sense, and I'm just going to give you the sense that I get from this man, is that he wants it settled in his life. I guess he doesn't want to, at least ultimately, anonymously, talk about this. He wants to get it behind him. At least that's the sense that I have of it. Then this, Art, now see, there's more of it. Listen to this. Art, the guy on now, referring to a caller he heard, I guess, is full of it. You can buy 125 grain bullets from Sierra. Why meat hunters or varmint hunters would carry a 300 Weatherby, I guess, is in question, but indeed you could get such a gun. I don't know if you're going to be out hunting. I would assume that you'd have a variety of calibers with you. Or this, good morning, Art. I'm just giving you a sense of some of what's coming in. I couldn't possibly read all of them. I've hunted since I was 9 years old. I'm 48 now. I've been around firearms all my life and have hunted many North American big game animals. The phone conversation with Bugs sounds very real. I shoot a Winchester 300 mag, which is very close to the 300 Weatherby mag. Even with a hard impact of a high-velocity, heavy-grain bullet, animals can still run for some distance. The ideal shot most hunters try for is a long shot if possible. Unless the bullet impacts the backbone, which would immobilize the animal immediately, an animal can run a long distance. Usually after the impact of the first bullet, the animal's adrenaline kicks in, and in the following shots, unless bones are hit, seem to have very little effect. With reference to the caller that stated that the impact of a bullet would not knock the animal back 3 or 4 feet, I have a video of 200-pound deer actually being lifted off their feet and knocked back at least 3 feet. This gentleman may have been a sniper, but apparently he's not shot any live animals. Bug's story sounds very credible. He's either done his homework well or it really happened. Wade in Idaho. Art heard the story about the Bigfoot. Quite impressive. Just a couple of questions. Why did it take him 23 years to come forward with this incredible information? Why didn't they anonymously notify the authorities? Well, first of all, they are not involved in this at this point. If you listen to his story, the other two are not part of what he has had to say so far, and in fact, he needs to check with them before he goes very much further with this. And as far as why come forward after all these years, well, there's been a lot of that lately, hasn't there? People coming forward after a lot of years, and you always say why. And there really is an answer to it. It's the one I gave last hour, and I'll give you again now. As you get older, you begin to review your life. It is a very natural process, and when you're 20 or 30, you don't think so. But I can assure you, as you reach the midway point, you will begin to review what you've done in your life. Things weigh upon you. You're not alone. It will happen to all of us, or nearly all of us. And so I understand it personally. Or this, finally, and I'll hold it at that. Art, the Bigfoot story was told sincerely. 44 mag hitting a 350-pound object is like me throwing you a bowling ball. The law of physics says you will be moved backward a few feet. So it just goes on and on. You know, we're going to argue over the minutia of this, and I'm not sure that the grain weights and all the rest of it, or how he recalled it, were that important. And he said that, in essence, himself in this last communication. It could have been, he said. This is a guy who, over 2 decades ago, stopped using guns, sold his guns. You're back on the air again. Thank you for waiting.
Hey, thanks, Art. With regard to the 44, hey, I believe that, and I really think this guy's story is credible. But the data I have on a 220 grain, and he says he used a 280 grain bullet with that 300 Weatherby.
Yeah.
You're dealing with almost 3,200 foot-pounds of energy at 100 yards.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's a lot of energy.
Yeah.
He's talking that they each shot him 4 times. They shot the Bigfoot 4 times.
Yep.
That's the only other problem I have.
It would depend, like the facts I just got through, it would depend on where the hits were made.
Well, and I'm assuming he qualified himself as an Army sniper, so I would assume he's a pretty decent shot. I got to believe they're hitting most of these shots in pretty vital areas.
Yeah, again, we're sitting here picking somebody's story apart in the minutia here and saying, well, this or that can't happen, or this can happen, or why didn't this happen? I thank you for the call, but we're getting there's 1,000 different stories and thoughts in the big city about this. I thought overall the story I thought it was credible. But I've been fooled before. You know, who am I? I'm not a hunter. I don't know about all these things. I just know that I thought it sounded credible. And now I really do feel in the middle of this. Morally. So, in that sense, Bugs has managed to shift some of the weight, perhaps. But it's like, I understand that you would want to do that. There are certain things that you just don't want to die with the weight of. That is a really normal human reaction. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning, Art. This is Randy in Tampa, Florida.
Hi, Randy.
All right. I missed the first hour of your program this morning.
Yes,
I've
sir.
been picking up on the rest of it. It seems like to me, bugs could borrow a handheld GPS and go out on that spot and take the longitude and latitude and send it to these people in Oregon with the helicopters.
Yeah, you could do any of that.
Yeah, they could be on that
I think,
spot
though,
within
that
minutes.
if you listened to him, that the object of what he's trying to do right now is to get straight with it, not just to tell somebody where to go dig,
Right.
but he wants to get personally straight with it.
Right. Well, he could come forth later after they found that, if they did, in fact, find any remains out there, because only he would have those numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And he could prove who he was with his numbers later. Cause
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, but I think he intends more than that, and I understand that.
Yeah, possibly so.
Yeah.
But I'd really like to see that thing resolved, because I've been keeping up with it now for 30 years. And,
Well, this is one of the, look, if you class leads, no matter what you think of the story, this is one of the better ones I've heard, and I've been in the middle of this kind of information for years, too, so maybe it goes nowhere, maybe it goes somewhere, but it's a good lead.
Right, are you going to replay it again tomorrow night?
I am.
Yeah, well, I'll be sure to catch that.
All right, sir.
Appreciate it, all right.
Take care. Yes. The answer to that is yes. And I hope that some of you will crank out recorders. I know that you didn't expect it tonight. I didn't. So you weren't prepared for it. Tomorrow night, get out your recorders. Fine. Record it. Tear it apart. Listen to it. At least that way, you'll have the facts. Or you'll have them as they were given. And so we don't have to try to remember what he said. We'll hear again what he said, and you'll be able to record it, and if you wish, transcribe it and tear it apart. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling about the Bigfoot story.
Yes, sir.
I believe him. I mean, just listen to his voice. That's the main thing about it. His voice sounded real genuine, and...
All right, you've got your radio on, don't you?
Hang on, let me turn it down.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I don't want to have to tell people to do that. When you get on the air, turn it off automatically. All right, go ahead, sir.
He just seemed real genuine, and his voice almost trembled when he spoke about it.
I know. I make the same judgment. And we got into this minutia argument about how many grains of this or that.
None of that, man.
But I sat and I listened to the story as a whole, and it clicked.
It did. I mean, you can't make up a story like that and sound that genuine.
Well, you might.
You could.
You might. I don't, look, it could be baloney, but I just lean toward thinking it was true, that's all.
I do, too.
Anyway, we'll find out, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Appreciate the call.
Have a good night.
You too. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Going once. Going twice gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Lucky.
Lucky, huh?
Yeah, in Ohio.
Ohio Lucky, okay.
Yeah. I was wondering, last week you said something about what would happen after the creation, or after a disaster, I mean.
Yes, in other words, what would rise from the ashes of any major disaster? Whatever it would be, yes. Mm-hmm.
Anyways, it got me thinking about the last time that there was a disaster. And I know you don't like to talk about the Bible, but...
no, we talk about the Bible all the time. I just don't like people quoting from the Bible directly. We don't read Scripture on the air here.
I understand.
Good.
Well, in the story of Adam and Eve, when Cain slew Abel, and then he was banished from the garden, and went into a far land, and there he knew his wife. So she must have been on earth at least as old as he was. Doesn't that make sense?
All right, sir. I guess. That is not the spirit, though, of my question. The spirit of my question would relate to a more modern disaster, economic, social. Who knows, comet slamming in, Ebola decimation, whatever might occur to a industrialized, advanced society like ours. that would set it back, the way I'm sure the Unabomber wished it would be set back? What would be on the other side? In other words, would society form with a distaste for technological things, kind of like the revolution in China, the Mao Revolution, where people who wore glasses were getting slaughtered, that kind of deal. So what would come out on the other side? What kind of society would come out on the other side? Would that society begin immediately rebuilding its technological base? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Caller.
Oh, how are you doing today?
I'm all right.
The thing about that Bigfoot thing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Bigfoot thing is
Yes.
that the only way he can really prove it is to come up with the facts.
That's what he's offering.
And that's all I can say about that. Prove it. Thank you, Mr. Bell.
You're welcome, Mr.
Yep.
Caller. Have a good morning. That's what it sounded like to me he's hoping to do, but I am not surprised that he would be concerned about the legal implications of it for himself. I would. So you'd be sitting there weighing the need to get this off your chest against the possible legal and real world effect that it would have on you and your family. Wouldn't you? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Bill, this is Robert from Lincoln, Nebraska.
Hi, Robert.
I talked to you just last week about the remote control. And I was listening to your Sunday show, and when you played the Bigfoot tape, I've heard those noises before.
Where?
In my childhood, I lived in a small little town in Washington called Maple Valley. And Bigfoot, or Big Feet, used to go down by the river about 2 miles away from our home and fish in there during the night.
And you've heard those sounds made then?
At various times.
Well, I can only tell you this. If I heard that sound, I would be gone. I don't have the apparent, what would be the word, guts of a lot of hunters, to stand there with this high-caliber gun and plug away at something. It would just scare the you-know-what out of me. Very simply. That sound is it's one of the most horrible sounds. Let me see if I've got that one queued up. Yeah, listen to this. My guest Sunday said, yes, that he believes is the absolute legitimate sound of a Bigfoot for what it's worth. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Fan calling from Central Point.
Yes.
And I have done some hunting here in Oregon. Believe it or not, my father was a coon hunter in the 70s.
I see.
And you do a lot of hunting at night, hunting for the smaller varmints with lights.
Yes.
It's a done thing. My mother was also raised in Northern California, and she's a woman who I think has great conviction and is a very honest person.
Yes.
And she can tell you stories about going to the river to see Bigfoot tracks.
Listen, can you hold on? I've got a break here.
Sure.
All right. I don't doubt. I've heard so many stories now that I don't doubt there is something to this. I don't know what. And I don't even know if Bug's story is true. I just know that there are so many reports. There's obviously something to it. We'll be right back. Sure is. Off into some pretty strange territory once again this morning, as usual. We've got a caller on the line. Let's go back. Thank you for waiting, hon. You're back on the air.
Thank you, Art. Something else I'd like to say is I do believe his story. When you're young, you do things that you regret, and I've seen people do some pretty stupid stuff, and hunting, killing things that they shouldn't.
Sure.
But and he was a young person, and I can see why he's been reluctant to come forward because of tonight. All of the, what was he do? What were they doing hunting in the middle of the night? Well, I have to tell you, I've done it.
A lot of people have done it.
Right. We're from small towns here in Oregon where, from logging communities. And hey, we've all poached deer, to feed families. And, in the 70s, there was a lot of money in it. And I've hung out with the guys enough hunting that I can see where the adrenaline rush would definitely get you chasing something like that.
Yep. I've got a fax here, and somebody else who believes it, and says, look, the guy who suggested they were hunting for fur really should go back and recall what was being hunted. Coyotes, bobcats, etc., hardly for fur animals. They were hunted for bounty. In some cattle, sheep country, the bounties can go very high. And I think that's right. There were some pretty serious bounties. I recall talk of that when I was younger. But I was never a hunter. I appreciate your comment and everybody else's. But I kind of, naive me. Remember that lady yesterday? I sort of believe the story. I don't know about the minutiae, the arguments about grains of this and grains of that. I just listened to the story as a whole, and I listened to him tell it, and I thought it was real. Guy's not asking for any money for the story. He's not trying to squeeze money out of this somehow or another. The only thing he mentioned was legal counsel, and that I can understand. In fact, here is a fax that is worth considering. If the story is true, this is from somebody named Dan, and he revealed the photos and location of the graves, what do you suppose the legal ramifications would be? Would this creature be considered human or animal? Perhaps somebody in the audience with some expertise in the law could shed light on all this. Well, all right, a couple of things. The photos certainly would help in that determination, but if, and I listened carefully to his story, if he was shooting at something that was covered with fur, that wasn't dressed in any human clothes, covered with fur, then I would think there would be no jury in the land that would convict them of murder. I mean, maybe of poaching, maybe of illegally hunting with a light. Again, I'm not a hunter, so I don't know all about this. But with regard to his legal position, I wouldn't think it would be considered murder. I know there are some people in the audience who would say, "Look, you shot some sort of intelligent creature, and that is murder." But I would define murder as an intentional, pre-considered action. Murder involves knowing you're killing a human being, or even an intelligent life form, and that you plan to do it. Isn't that how we define murder? In degrees, there are degrees of murder. But premeditation is one very, very important aspect to any of those charges of murder. Manslaughter? Well, I'm not sure. There could be, I suppose, some legal ramifications to this. The fears, what would I be afraid of if I project myself into this man's position? They would dig up something. They would dig up some graves. They would do genetic testing. And what guarantees are there? If there wasn't much left, but yet enough genetic material to do a test, and it was close enough to human genetic material, then the law might follow on with some sort of charge. Definitely might. Now, again, I might be wrong, but I believe that with respect to the gorilla, for example, there is only one tiny part of 1% of genetic difference measurable. It's a definite difference, but it's very, very small. And so something in between a human being and or some link might come up genetically looking about the way we do. So I would have concerns. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art.
Hello.
About your Bigfoot story?
Not mine.
Oh, whoever.
Yeah?
The only thing that bothers me about the deal is they say they were there hunting for varmints for money, and I mean, that would pay pretty good, I would think, a Bigfoot. So, that kind of about the only thing I think about it.
Well, it would depend on how you thought about it. In other words, that was not a creature for which bounty was offered.
Well, but still, I mean...
he said in his letter, he said that, let's see, coyotes were bringing $50 to $100 each, bobcats $750 or more. On good nights, you could average $400 or $500. So that's a significant earning for a night.
But I would think that a Bigfoot would bring a lot more with that, with publicity and, I mean, it'd be like a big game deal, it'd almost be like
if you listen to
catching the Loch Ness Monster.
Yes, but if you listen to what he said, he was not entirely sure he had not shot a human.
Well, again, humans aren't covered with hair, and
humans don't bring bounties; they bring charges.
Right, but he clearly stated that it wasn't human.
Well, he didn't clearly state it. If you listen carefully, he said the face looked like a cross between a human and some other animal. But that the organs, the sexual organs, the other organs were the same as human, is what he said.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd have skinned it and mounted the head on my wall myself.
All right. Well, thanks for that wisdom. I'd have skinned it and mounted the head on my wall. Boy, a lot of big game hunters out there we're talking to this morning. Such wisdom. I'd have put the head on my wall. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Going once. Going twice. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hi.
Charlie, liberal in California.
Well, then again, there are some heads that would look all right on the wall. Yes, Charles.
First of all, I hate hunters. I think they're animals, vicious Neanderthals, very, very backward people. Someone who could get enjoyment out of shooting an innocent creature, I think is absolutely disgusting, perverse. Anyway, I had a personal question for you. We were talking about this virus, that infected the primates.
There are now 3 more that have come down with it, and they are saying they may have to eliminate the entire population.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If there were a virus that struck in the United States that we could judge down to a certain area, certain geographic area, would you be in favor of cutting those people off, installing the military, and perhaps eliminating this group of people in order to keep the virus from spreading, or would you consider that to be communistic, or what would be your feelings on dealing with that?
Yeah, you're describing the scenario in outbreak.
Exactly. What are your feelings?
It would depend on what the scientists were telling me, Charles, but the bottom line, of course, would be if there was a near sure result that the general population would be infected, that 90% would die, then you would be weighing the rights of the many versus the rights of the few, and I think that gives you your answer, but it would be very hard, Charles.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that to an extent, and I think, unfortunately, there are people out there who do not understand that people in the government sometimes, including the president on down, sometimes have to make decisions between two evils, one being terribly evil, the other one being not as evil. And sometimes you have to make that decision. It's not a good decision.
Well, sometimes, Charles, people in the government view as evil things that you, I, for example, might not.
Exactly, and sometimes they make mistakes like that. But I don't think they're made out of maliciousness. I think that sometimes people with good intentions make terrible mistakes. But this is a situation.
Do you think? They asked Janet Reno this the other day on Meet the Press on Sunday. If you could go back and do it again, would you do it differently? Let me ask you that about Waco. I've heard you spout off on Waco a million times, but if you could go back and act in a different way from the government's point of view, would you?
You want to know something? The only mistake the government made, in my opinion, was using the military vehicles to take down the building. And I think they should have done better investigative type work and maybe try to get him outside. But once those people took over that building, my belief is that they waited 50 something days, which is showing extreme patience. So I don't know. I think that you wait long as long as you can, but then you have to take some type of action. I think 50 something days is very, very long to wait. So my analysis of it is that the military vehicles were wrong, but I can't blame the government. I don't think they were completely wrong in this.
Do you think that there will be?
I think they were very patient.
Do you think, just your best guess, do you think there'll be repercussions this April 19th, this Friday?
Yes, and I think some people are going to blame. I don't think you'll have anything as big as what happened in Oklahoma, but I think you'll have some small incidents, and I think it's terrible how people blame that on the government. I'll tell you this though: if you have another Oklahoma, you are going to have a semi-civil war in this country. I know. And who you have to blame it on? Blame it on the extremists because it's not the government's fault.
All right, I agree with that last part. Another Oklahoma-sized incident, God help us, would bring about. He said a semi-civil war. I don't know what it would bring. It would bring something awful. It would bring something awful. Is it possible? Yes. Oh yeah. Is it probable? I don't know that I'd go that far. Possible? Definitely. It's got to stop. The collision that I've been warning and talking about for so long is inevitable if we don't change our direction. I just see it coming, and I've described it as two freight trains coming at each other with unstoppable motion and inertia. And I've not yet seen anything that's going to get in the way or prevent the collision if we continue on this course. Now, back to the phones. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, Art.
Hi.
Ed over in L.A.
Yes, sir.
Last night you were musing on the support that Clinton is evoking from the female population.
It's about a 27-point difference between Clinton and Dole as far as females are concerned. Yes.
During the one of the campaign debates, the CNN people set up a set of people, female on one side and male on the other, I guess.
I remember that. Yes, and they all had little buttons they could press.
Right. When they did that in the campaign discussion, somebody was putting up a point about education.
Yes.
You could always see the female line head upward, depending on what was being said.
Right.
And it seems to me that if you look at the photo ops that the president and the first lady have put out for the last 6 or 7 months, being in classroom settings or having children in the Oval Office behind the president when he's signing something or other.
Yes.
He's sending out messages to the female population. And it seems to me that that's reaping benefits for him.
Well, that just shows that he knows what he's doing as being a politician. Now, I remember, and I know you do too, Ronald Reagan, George Bush, other Republican presidents who have at various times during signings of bills lined up police officers behind them and other groups that they thought would be favorably receive, right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm.
No, it's a good observation. Thank you very much. And I would rather believe that is the message that's resonating so heavily with females, as opposed to the difference in appearance between the two men. But I continue to suspect that is also a factor. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Hello. Where are you?
This is down in Flint, Michigan.
Where? Oh, in Flint, Michigan. All right.
Yeah. I'm shocked that I'm through it, honestly. I've been trying so long.
Well, you're in.
Great. Have you got any information regarding the decoding of the Beacon Stone artifact?
The what?
It's called the Beacon Stone.
No, never heard of it.
Crystal rock.
Never heard of it.
Well, there's a guy in Seattle that's decoding it on his computer. Getting images from it.
Oh, no. Now I've certainly heard a lot of stories about objects, particularly crystal and glass, that they speculate are able to retain a sort of a memory, an image, possibly even sounds or pictures. I know that sounds odd to a lot of people, but there is a lot of work being done in this area, and crystal would have particular properties in that vein.
Yeah, that's what's coming out of it.
Yeah.
Kind of, pictures.
Well, that's very interesting. I'll see what I can find out about it and follow up on it. But yes, there is quite a bit of legitimate research now being done into the retention of memories or sounds or visual images with regard to material objects. It's a really weird science, but believe me, they're doing a lot of research. So I'll check into that one. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hello.
This is Larry, Mobile.
Hello, Larry. Mobile, Alabama.
Yes, sir. Are we still on the air?
I hope so.
Yeah, I can't get you here. They take you off at 4 a.m.
Well, that's because they go to a morning show.
I guess so. About the Bigfoot thing.
Yes.
I dabble in photography, and it just seems like he mentioned Polaroid pictures. The only problem there is they could be doctored up slightly.
Well, I thought that Polaroids were generally, particularly then, if you could date them, very, very difficult to doctor.
Well,
Polaroids particularly difficult to doctor.
You may be right there. You may have me on that.
In other words, if they're able to date the photographs to the time period that he talked about, I think then, and I recall pretty well, Polaroids were regarded as legitimate then.
Well, you may have me on that. I tend to believe him. He sounds very real. Did he indicate where this happened, the state, or could that even be talked about?
I know where it happened, and I know where he is, but I have given my word, so.
Yeah, that can't be revealed. The only other problem I have, and like I say, I tend to believe him, but there's always that element of suspicion.
Of course.
20-plus years, 73, so that's 26 years, 23 years?
96 now, yeah.
Why did it wait this long to come out?
Years.
Is that a viable question?
Yeah, well, it's a viable question, but it has a viable answer. And for me, that would be, I know that at my age, I'm 50 now.
Sure.
I'll be 51 in June.
Well, I just turned 40.
Yeah, well, there you are. Another 10 years. During the next 10 years, you'll begin to think more and more about what you've done in your life.
Yeah.
And people do that. And so, we've had a lot of things like that lately in the news, if you'll recall. People who did things or memories that were old that come flooding back.
Sure.
And each time people ask the same question, why would they come forward after all this time? And the answer is things weigh on people as they get older.
The old conscience gets to you.
Well, yeah, sure. So
well, it's mighty interesting. I tell you, this Bigfoot thing's been around for all these God knows how many years.
Yep.
It's like the UFO thing. If anything could come out, if this could be 90% solved, it would be worth all the effort.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Even if we got the photographs and they went to the grave sites and got DNA evidence that was not, could not be explained. Now, I would imagine they'd get much more than that after all these years. But as long as it was buried, not available to scavengers, I would think there would be that much. Even if all they found was bones, they'd get DNA. I think. I mean, they can close to getting dinosaur DNA, right? So something just 20 years ago I would think would yield DNA. It would be nice to see something settled about it. I quite agree. I mean, this is a story that stands out because it offers proof, or the possibility of proof. So naturally, it does stand out a little bit. Very interesting. And you're talking to somebody who's sat here and listened to a lot of truth or trash stories over the years. But I've been fooled. I've been fooled. I can be fooled. I'm naive. You heard that, lady. I just long to have this kind of thing settled. I feel for him. I'm no Bill Clinton. I'm not going to say I feel his pain, but I feel and understand the fact that he wants to get this settled in his life. Wouldn't that make sense to you? It does to me. I think After having listened to this tonight, I'd probably have the same reaction, Bugs. Frankly, listening to the people, I probably would have the same reaction. Good night, America. Welcome to yet another edition, the second since I've returned, of Coast to Coast AM live talk radio throughout the nighttime, largest live overnight talk show in America by a country mile, stretching from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands in the west all the way east to the Caribbean, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and more, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Top of the morning, everybody. We are going to have open lines again tonight. Now, tomorrow night, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I got a very, very interesting piece of email, and I have booked a guest based on it. And I'll read you part of it now. Art, I'm a ham radio operator, and he gives me his call, and a former submarine communications officer. And I thought you might be interested in hearing some of the rather frightening things that occurred with military radio in the late 1980s. For example, a near-complete failure of the low-frequency radio systems used to communicate with SSBN subs that brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. This event and others were the primary reason why I left the military service, as the potential for disaster became very clear to me. Are you aware, Art, there is a second Russian Mir space station in orbit? The station was in orbit as early as 1985, its whereabouts in space carefully tracked by the U.S. government, as it was dedicated to strictly military purposes. I would be willing to speak on your show, provided we could protect my identity. I am still bound by the top-secret SCI crypto clearances that I held while in the military. I will also be happy to establish my bona fide record to your satisfaction to prove that I'm not some kind of nut. While not active in the military nor any other government anti-government movement, I can tell you I am highly suspect of many things the government is telling us with regard to communications and space. Please contact me if you're interested. He gives his name. So I did that, and he appears to be everything he says he is. It should be a rather interesting interview. That is a submarine communications officer tomorrow night. And I'll tell you more about tonight in a moment. Yesterday, I welcomed some radio stations to the network. Well, I only got about halfway through the list. I didn't see the rest of the list. Yesterday, we welcomed KBVI in Boulder, Colorado, WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, WRKO in Boston, Mass., WPRO in East Providence, Rhode Island, WREL in Lexington, Virginia, WBLJ in Dalton, Georgia, but somehow I forgot to welcome KMAJ in Topeka, Kansas, KTBR-FM in Coos Bay, Oregon, KFAR-AM in Fairbanks, Alaska, now carrying more of the program, KSCO in Santa Cruz, California, KSVP in Artesia, New Mexico, WSGW-AM in Saginaw, Michigan, KSMT-FM in Breckenridge, Colorado, KRKM-FM in Kremling, Colorado, and KRKY in Granby, Colorado. So, as you can see, while I was gone, the network was busily acquiring new affiliates, and who knows how many millions of people these stations alone cover. But that's a rather impressive gain, I would say, particularly for somebody who was off cruising around in the Mediterranean. Now, I have a complaint that I want to make at the top of the show. We can go to the moon. As we discussed on yesterday's program, we can apparently soon grow headless human bodies in order to harvest organs, clones, as it were, from you that could be grown to give you a liver or a heart or lungs, In other words, torsos only, without a head, without a brain. This is amazing science. Even a little scary as far as I'm concerned, and perhaps ethically bent. We can do things the mind can barely grasp and we're not prepared to deal with ethically. And we still can't cure the common cold. Now, what is wrong with that picture? My answer is plenty. Plenty wrong with that picture. And I, of course, have a cold, so it brought it to mind. I mean, here we do these incredible, astounding things. We can't cure the common cold. Something's wrong with that picture. I was contacted earlier today by Strange Universe. We've got a pretty good relationship, and over some period of time, we have done a lot together. And they solicited my help in something they've got coming up called the Strange or Weird Person Contest. They're trying to find the weirdest person in the world. So it figures they'd come to me, right? And I'm going to be a judge. They want me to be a judge. So they are going to collect information and have a contest to find the weirdest person in the world. And they are going to shower upon this person prizes like bringing them to Los Angeles, that sort of thing. Treating them to this and that. It's going to be a big contest. And I thought, who better to find a weird person than me? I've got them stacked up like cordwood out there. Now, I thought tonight I would steal their idea and try to find the weirdest person in the world myself. So I'm going to open a weird person line. If you think you're really, really weird, and I'm leaving the category very open because there's plenty of weird people out there, but if you think you fit into that category and you could be a winner, then you're going to want to call my weird person line tonight at area code 7. So I'm going to be a judge, by the way. And I thought this might help me warm up. And you're going to, obviously have to explain to us all how weird you really are and why you would deserve a prize. I'm not giving a prize. However, if you're really weird, then you can obviously enter the Weird Person Contest that Strange Universe is about to have. Anyway, I thought it would be fun. Otherwise, in the news, let me see. The IRS is due to be overhauled, they say. They have tried this many times. The president now suddenly supporting it after a lot of Democrats decided they would. So we shall see. President Clinton is poised to announce a new plan for the climate, for global warming. And I was watching the coverage of this earlier this night on CNN, and I thought it rather interesting that as they presented both arguments with regard to global warming, is it real? Is it just the figment of somebody's political agenda-driven imagination? Which is it? Both sides admitted there is a climate change underway. Even those who think that global warming is bunk are now admitting, well, yes, there does seem to be a climate change underway. And I've been saying this, as you well know, for some time. Now, one side, of course, wants to suggest it has nothing to do with global warming, that it's all a bunch of bunk. But they're admitting there is a climate change underway. The other side, of course, knows there's a climate change as well underway, but blames it on greenhouse emissions, cars, the burning of fossil fuels, that kind of thing. But I just found it interesting that both sides now seem to agree a climate change is definitely underway. There is no question about it. None. A big breakthrough, they say, in electric automobiles. Still, though, years away. You know, the ones so that you can go out and buy them. And my guess would be the big breakthrough in electric automobiles and the general availability to most of you out there is going to occur after or as we approach the actual a finite limit of oil in the ground, fossil fuels in the ground. In other words, they are going to get an electric car just in the nick of time and not 1 minute sooner. And I was talking to a good friend of mine up in the Bay Area about this the other day, and we all know that at present rates of usage, which, by the way, are going to actually increase, we only have 40 or 45 years of oil left in the ground, oil that we can pull from the ground and use to drive our cars and engines and lubricate this and that. 40 to 45 years. And he said, you know, a good subject for your show one night, Art, might be to discuss what people think would happen in 40 or 45 years if we do not find a replacement for fossil fuel. And it is a very good question, isn't it? Airplanes would stop flying, cars would stop driving, commerce would come to a grinding halt. What do you think would happen to society? We would take a giant step backward, wouldn't we? Could we? Do you think that there would be wars over the last remaining oil? Because as the reserves dry up, even those countries that produce in bulk now are going to use that oil selfishly, domestically. They're not going to sell it. Things are going to get very tight very quickly. And then I saw the business on the electric cars tonight, and I thought, I bet they come up with those in bulk at reasonable, affordable rates just before we run out of oil. Which begs the question, of course, could they really be doing it right now? And I would almost lay money on the answer that you bet they can. Well, why aren't they? Well, that's not hard to imagine. It's because there's a lot of big money involved in oil. And they're gonna pull every single dollar out of oil they can until it's just about gone. And then there's going to be a revolutionary announcement. That's what I think. Anyway, I've got something I want to play for you in a moment. I promised I would dub down a couple of audio segments from Egypt, and I have done that. You are about to hear, in a moment, the voice of Zahi Hawass, and you are about to hear the two faces of Zahi Hawass coming up in a moment. Let me tell you what we're going to do right now, all right? When I was in Egypt, I first met with Dr. Zahi Hawass. Dr. Hawass is the Director of Antiquities at Giza. In other words, he maintains and is in charge of the research, the archaeology that goes on, the digging, such as it is, around the Sphinx, the Great Pyramids, and all of the associated relics and things at Giza, which is an incredible, incredible place. Now, I'm going to let you hear a couple of things. It's really a shame, and I only very occasionally wish I had television, because I have video to go with what you're about to hear. What I did was dub the following down from my video camcorder. So let me sort of give you an idea of what you're going to hear. The first is, yesterday, you may recall, I told you there was a 5-ton piece of granite that I saw one man with a sledgehammer break very precisely in half. I mean, it was unbelievable. The guy took a sledgehammer and went to work on a 5-ton piece of granite, pure granite, and split that sucker right in half like he had, like a knife going through butter. It was amazing. Now, I've got the audio from that, and then Zahi comments afterwards. You're going to have to listen very carefully. But here is just a few days ago in Egypt. Here's a man going to work on a 5-ton piece of granite. Listen carefully to the following.
ولا تلاقي بالشوف على طول تلاقي ايه الشوف ولا انا عايزه ممكن تلاقي بالشوف على طول لا الاسرع بقى بالقراءه الخوابير عايزه بسرعه لا اول اسرع بالشوف وريهم بقى لا سيم واي واحده كده واحده كده.
Oh my gosh. He's pounding away on that granite. I didn't think he was going to do it.
Is he getting ready to split that?
Then you'll hear Zahi Owas.
Wow. That's exactly what I want to show to you. Wow. People always say how the Egyptians can cut stones. Yes. That's exactly what those are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. And this is why I tell people, if you want to understand how this pyramid was built, come to me. And I will show you how it's built. This man cut
That's absolutely incredible.
5 tons in a stone in 2 minutes. How they hold it? We have the same method of the ancient Egyptians to move the stones. And it's we will have many things to do.
All right, there was the first segment I wanted to play you. Now, obviously, the video attendant with that audio shows this guy with a sledgehammer splitting precisely down the middle a 5-ton piece of granite. One man, 5 tons, 2 minutes. It was a mind-blower, and you should see the video. The rock simply parts in the middle, and that's it. It was a total mind-blower. Now, what I'm going to play for you when we come back from the break is the actual trek that we were making up the Great Pyramid. And believe me, it's a huffer and a puffer. It's really something trying to get up to the top of the Great Pyramid, up to the King's Chamber. And I was directly behind Zahi Owas. Zahi had no idea my camcorder was running while we were making that trek. So when we come back in a moment, I'm going to play you a little bit of audio from this videotape that will reveal the other side of Zahi Owas. Coming up next. We're going to try to find the weirdest person in the world tonight. I'm best equipped to do that, obviously. You know, I was just talking to my wife before I play this next audio clip. I was just talking to my wife, and I was telling her what I just said about the common cold, and she said something very wise. She said, have you ever considered how profitable the common cold is? She's right. Cough syrup. Every kind of cold remedy you can imagine. Go into the grocery store and look. It takes up nearly an entire aisle. Cold remedies all over the place. Tissue paper. I've already gone through about 2 boxes of tissue paper with this cold. And by the way, now my wife is catching it as well. And so she's absolutely correct, isn't she? Like the oil in the ground that I think is going to continue to come from the ground until it is no longer profitable to bring it from the ground, and then it'll be time to, do something ecologically more friendly. The dollar is driving that, and the dollar is driving the common cold. In other words, we probably still have the common cold because it is incredibly profitable. She is exactly right on the money. And now, from Pastor Bradley, Dear Art, have you heard about the big fuss that Janet Reno is stirring up with Microsoft? Oh, yeah, big fine, $1 million a day. She's claiming they're violating anti-monopoly laws, wants them to pay $1 million a day until they cease. Could it be another ploy to distract us from other investigations? Well, yes, it could. But I rather thought the best way for Microsoft to solve their problem would be to simply put a copy of Netscape in each new Windows 95 or 96 or whatever it is they're coming out with next, as well as their own browser. And that'd be the end of that. I would think that people at Netscape would be happy about that. And I would think that it would be a good solution. People can use whatever they want. Well, listen, we'll get to this second audio clip in a second. All right. Now, what I am going to play for you, you're going to have to listen very carefully because it was a noisy environment. I went up inside the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid. Going up to the King's Chamber where the sarcophagus is, the one I actually laid down in. That's a whole nother story. But on the way up, it's a very long, hot, difficult trek with a lot of people. Zahi Hawass, the director of Antiquities at Giza, was directly ahead of me. And I don't think he knew that I had the camcorder running. Now, I was huffing and puffing, and you will hear me very much out of breath, along with everybody else that was making the climb. But Zahi is directly in front of me. And Zahi, when I first met him, of course, was a extremely cordial, extremely seemingly open man, a very even-tempered man, I might add, very even-tempered. You know, when I was in his office, it was all smiles, and he was just glad-handing me and seemed to be a very, very nice man. But I had the camcorder running as we were making the climb up inside the Great Pyramid to the King's Chamber, and you will hear Zahi, if you listen very carefully, you will hear him saying things to the tourists that were in front of us, like, I am the director of Antiquities here. I'm the director of this whole place. Move, move. So listen very carefully and see if you're able to hear that. It comes now. This is, again, as we were climbing the Great Pyramid.
Go ahead, please. Yeah? That's fine. That's fine. Let's go alone here. I'm the director of this audience. I need everyone to take a side, all right, and go. I don't know. Go ahead. No, go. Let me go. Let me go. No. You're not alone. Listen to me. Listen to me. Right here, you have to take a right side. I'm the director of this place. Everyone has to take a right and go right. I'm on the right side. You're not alone. Quickly. Go.
Well, anyway, that was it. That was Zahi directly in front of me, and you could hear me huffing and puffing. That was a real, a very serious climb. But as Zahi climbed in front of me, he was getting very annoyed with the people in front of him. So I thought I would play that little audio clip. And here is one more. This particular clip, again with everybody huffing and puffing as we were marching all over the place, is right at the side of the Sphinx. At the side of the Sphinx, there is a large hole which has gone down X number of meters that Baval and Hancock, in fact, you will hear Zahi mention Baval and Hancock, who think that Zahi is hiding something. And he mentions Baval and Hancock and disclaims, says there's absolutely nothing down here. So here's that audio clip.
1926 by Monsieur Perez during the restoration of the Sphinx. And I have a slide and a photograph showing people inside the Sphinx. Then about a few months ago, a year ago, I announced that we're going to open the site. then Hancock and Boffa and just not everywhere, do not let him to open because he's going to find something and will hide it. There's nothing there because it has been opened before. It's not intact.
And you will not hide it, huh?
No. How? How would hide it? And why would hide it?
They think maybe you'll sneak it out in the middle of the night, but you won't, would you?
But why? Give me one reason. Because why, if you discover something here, you will hide it. If you discover something here, all your gold is in there. No. I'm saying, what they say doesn't make any sense. Why do you hide this? Why? It would be something to the whole world.
Yes.
There is no reason.
Your purpose is here is to expose it to the world.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
What do you think might be down there?
In my opinion,
Your opinion.
the mystery has nothing. But it's better to tell the people that we hope that something can be discovered. Just to give the people hope.
Could be true.
The people need hope. But in my opinion, for someone who I studied every piece of sand in this area, I know there is nothing in this except archaeology. This is what we do. There is no one single artifact or a piece of sand has been found in the plateau to prove the existence of Atlantis. Nothing.
That's true. Of Atlantis.
All the discoveries that you will see after, from this moment to the end of your trip, it's something that we recover every day.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you were. That was Zahi at the side of the Sphinx, suggesting there had been nothing found, and certainly nothing found to prove the existence of Atlantis, and he made reference to Bauval and Hancock. So I've got many, many more like that, but I will not play them for you now. I just wanted to give you a kind of a taste of what the sound was like. And, of course, I have a videotape, and I have video to go with all of this, and it makes a lot more sense when you're able to see the video, and this is the one time I wish this was TV and not radio. I've got a lot of very good and interesting video. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello, this is Mike from Houston.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. I was just curious about the other night when you had the guy on Dreamland about the OBE experience.
Oh, yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, I've had that same feeling, but I've never, where you get the vibrations and you feel like all this energy when you're about to fall asleep.
Yes, it is what occurs just prior to an OBE if you let it happen.
And I'm afraid to let it happen, just like you said.
Well, that makes two of us.
Still afraid to, even after his reassurances.
Well, I can't reassure you because I'm afraid to do it myself, so I can't help you out. All I can say is, I guess what you would want to do is get his book and see if that convinces you and give it a try. My fears range all over the place from, and nobody has ever satisfactorily answered this for me, millions of people around the world die in their sleep. Well, they have not yet come back to tell us what it is they died of, why they died. And I've always wondered, how do we know that a bunch of people out of their body didn't suddenly get disconnected and die?
That's kind of what I'm afraid of, too.
So until I get the answer to that and a couple of other things, I'm not likely to let go.
And the other thing that's been happening is the Taos hum in the ear.
Yes.
Is that related?
No. No. The Taos hum is a hum that's coming from the earth itself. It has nothing to do with what you feel prior to an OBE. The Taos hum is coming from underground, and I have no idea what it is. Do you? Underground machinery? Perhaps an underground civilization of some kind. Perhaps the government digging holes from one place, tunnels from one place to another. I have no idea. We have something similar to the Taos hum in my little valley here. What is it? Nobody knows. On my weird person line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Hi. You know what is really, really, really weird?
I beg your pardon?
What's really weird?
You, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, that's secondhand. Is calling this line, and I've been disconnected so many times for saying that I can't get through. After getting busy signal, and then all of a sudden it rings, and then you don't answer. That's weird.
No, it isn't. That's normal.
It is.
That's the way it works for everybody.
It does?
Yes.
Well, I find it...
Well, okay, well, you're through now.
What?
You're through now.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you're on the air. So
Okay. Oh, I am. Oh, you know what's wrong with the picture? No cure for the common cold?
what?
Big money.
Well, that's what my wife just said.
Yeah, she did. She's right. They don't care. They got the big money. They want to, want all those cold, decongestants and...
Oh, look, you go, all right, thank you. You go to the supermarket, I said it a minute ago, and you look up and down the aisle, and entire aisles are devoted to various things. Expectorants to make you hack up whatever's down there. Many cold cures that promise varying degrees of relief from 4 to 12 hours, which sort of work, but in my opinion probably drag colds out. Aspirin, every manner of just hundreds and hundreds of products that serve you when you get a cold. And then, of course, there's the suspicious flu season. Have you ever noticed they know exactly when it's coming on TV? They'll say something like, the flu season is here, and you'll start to see advertisements for things that will relieve symptoms of the flu. And sure enough, what comes along? The flu. And I've had these dark thoughts over the years of, executives, vice presidents, perhaps, of flu medicine company, large companies sort of stealing out in the night, no doubt in black suits with little vials that they're dumping in reservoirs. I'm sure that's not really true, but I've thought of it. Well, Jack, here's strain A. Here's Asian strain A, Jack, and it's your job to go put it in the reservoir this year. You're the new guy. And, of course, then they coordinate their ads on TV for the flu medicine, and sure enough, everybody gets the flu. Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, I'm calling from Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, good.
The comment I would like to make tonight is, if you look at the UPC barcode of anything you buy in the store,
right,
you can see at the beginning there are two skinny lines, and in the middle there are also two skinny lines, and at the end also. And each of those skinny lines represents a number, and the number is 6.
6.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard that or not.
Number o' the beast.
Yeah, and I've heard that they have technology that, you can put it in your palm of your hand, and so it's stated in the Bible somewhere that without the 666 you won't be able to buy or sell.
That's what it says, yes.
And so I just thought, you've probably heard that already, but...
I probably have, yes.
But there might be a listener out there who hasn't.
Well, do you have an implant yet?
Oh, no.
Are you going to get one?
No, not if I can help it.
Well, you won't be able to help it.
They'll have to put me under first.
Well, they will. They'll put you under. They'll strap you down. They'll open up your palm. And when you wake up, you'll be chipped.
Uh-oh.
That's how it's going to work,
I hope not.
All right, sir. Take care.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, you're welcome. Take care. Oh, yes. Number o' the beast. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Ron calling from Michigan.
All right.
And number one, I wanted to welcome you back. You're probably tired of hearing that by now.
It's good. No, I'm not. I was gone long enough. It's really good to be back, believe me.
I'm pretty much new to your show.
Okay.
While you were gone, I was pretty much hearing the best of what you put out. And it inspired me to go out and pick up the book, The Quickening.
Yes, sir.
And my first sitting, I went through probably 95 pages.
Okay.
And I couldn't put it down.
Well, it's, I've had a lot of success with the book. It is now number 4 on the New York Times business bestseller list. I'm really very happy. I'll tell you a little secret about that book.
What's that?
I wrote a first book, which was called The Art of Talk, and that was about me and about talk radio and blah, 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 with a lot of photographs, and it was basically an autobiography, okay? Mm-hmm. This book, The Quickening, It's not one of those things like I decided to just sit down and write it. I'm going to write a book and here's my idea. Mm-hmm. This one just poured out of me. I mean, it just.
Well, I keep seeing footnotes everywhere.
Sure.
In here, and I'm like, this guy put a lot of work in it.
Yeah. See, that's exactly right. And what I did with this book, and here's why I did that. For a couple of years now, 2 or 3 years, I've been talking about the quickening. Mm-hmm. And people would come back to me when I talk about it, and they'd say, you're full of it. There's nothing real to what you're saying. Yes, it feels that way, but, it's just because there's a lot of mass communication today, and we're hearing about these things more and more, and I would tell people, no, it's absolutely real. Yeah. And so when I sat down to write the book, I felt an obligation to lay out the proof so it would be absolutely undeniable. That's why you see all those footnotes.
Okay, all right. I wanted to make one point and pretty much, leave the air open for someone else.
Go ahead.
I read a book by Stephen King when I was a teenager, and it just gave me goosebumps. And this was a work of fiction.
Which one?
The Stand.
Oh, The Stand. I love that book.
And reading yours in conjunction with, the books I've read, the Bible, and all that, it's like, it's not fiction.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Do I know what you're saying? I wrote the book. Yes, I know what you're saying. Of course, it's not fiction. I'm going to be doing my one big book signing for The Quickening. It's going to be this Saturday, 10 o'clock, Saturday morning. I hope I will see you there. We'll be right back. Well, as I said earlier, on Strange Universe, I got a call, actually, from Strange Universe earlier today, and they're going to have a weird person contest. And so I thought I would get the jump on them and see how I could do in that category, knowing that I have lots of you in that category out there, and I have one contestant on the line right now. And I pre-screened his call a little bit, so I can tell you it's pretty weird. At any rate, here he is. Let's see how weird he really is. Hello there.
Hi.
Would you consider yourself weird?
I don't think of myself as weird on a moment-to-moment basis, but every so often, if I'm able to step back far enough from the forest to see the trees, I would have to be considered weird, yes.
Well, even though you might not consider yourself weird, is it reasonable that other people would consider you weird?
Completely and totally reasonable.
All right. What is it you do? This is not what's my line, but I mean, what
on a day-to-day basis, to put it at its weirdest, I take...
Call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255.
Do that is because...
Oh, now, wait a minute. We're going to have to be a little bit careful here.
I'll crank it...
we're going to have to be a little careful. I mean, I'm not Howard Stern.
I understand.
I'm open-minded, but I'm not Howard. So
we're professionals.
We are. And so we're going to have to do this tastefully, if possible.
All right. I handle the constant barrage of questions related to a device called the Venus 2 Personal Comfort System for Men, and also another device called Sibian.
Wait, let's get these straight. The Venus 2. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Venus 2 Personal Comfort System.
Personal Comfort System for Men, and
the Sibian, which is a comparable device made for ladies.
And these devices?
Both of these devices are engineered from the ground up to produce orgasms for the Venus for males, the Sibian for females.
These are orgasmic machines.
And they are not toys. These are devices that are made to the standards of quality, durability, and safety that are much more closely related to medical or therapeutic or clinical devices. They sell the Sibian is $1,400.
$1,400.
It can be had for around $1,250, but I'm just
you discount occasionally.
If we do offer discount offers, and the Venus 2 sells for $1,095, but it can be had for around $950. And I'm not trying to hawk them, but it is a very peculiar.
When you say $1,095, you mean $1,095?
Yes. and they're made to last a lifetime of the owners. And all day long, I take questions from individuals who, through one means or another, have heard about the devices, and they're calling to either to buy or to ask questions.
Okay,
and,
so you manufacture machines that produce orgasms, machines.
Yes.
Now, as a matter of absolute curiosity, what got you started in this?
In this working for
line
the
of
particular.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. I was managing a nightclub in Chicago, and Chicago has some very unusual standards about gentlemen's clubs, and the club was closed due to a parking. We had insufficient spaces for cars, if you can believe that was the real reason. And simultaneous with that, a local newspaper, Chicago Reader, published an article about a fellow who was the original engineer inventing the Venus 2. And I called to congratulate him because that particular issue had been picked up from the distribution points faster than any other issue in the 20-year history of that newspaper. And I had put in about 10 years in medical marketing, once for plastic surgeons, another time for a renowned eye doctor. And to make a long story short, what I do is not too dissimilar from medical marketing, because as you stated, we have to be professional.
I mean, I can certainly understand that, for example, there would be a definite use for that machine in, say, a sperm bank.
I'm sorry?
There would be a definite use for that machine in, say, a sperm bank. Right?
That makes sense.
I mean, where were you going?
Certainly, we've sold a few, but because of the age that we live in, there's a lot of people who either, let's say in the case of men, who do not have access to ladies, or who think that they don't, which amounts to the same thing, and who are afraid to take care of those matters the way people did 50 years ago, or maybe even 15 or 20 years ago, or 10 years ago.
And then, of course, there's safe sex and AIDS and all the rest of that, too.
Yes, and some people feel that as men age and it is inevitable that they're going to be confronted with prostate problems.
Oh, yes.
And many doctors feel that if those matters aren't taken care of, that can accelerate the point in time when someone is confronted with that difficulty. So and also, and this is, I think, it qualifies both as weird and also as beneficial. But the Venus 2 can produce and deliver orgasms even for men who are impotent.
Wow.
In other words, it functions. It doesn't have to be operating on something that's rigid.
What made you decide to call it the Venus 2? Now, Venus was associated with love, I suppose.
It was already called the Venus 2 when I came on board. I didn't invent this, but I did add the personal comfort system for men because it has to be a way of describing it.
How about, I thought of, while I was just sitting here thinking during the news, I thought of the Orgasmatic.
Well, Orgasmatron is one of the names that we have copyrighted.
Oh, copyrighted yet, huh?
Oh, sure.
Are these large machines physically?
Venus 2 comes in its own carrying case that's about the size of a large briefcase.
Not
However,
that big, then.
We're coming out with a next generation unit in the spring, and it would fit in a shoebox.
A shoebox. Wow. Now, how are these items marketed? I mean, you don't go door to door and, like the vacuum cleaner salesman, yes, hi, ma'am, I want to show you our...
We put reasonably discreet ads in some of the better adult magazines, and also occasionally I'll do a press release, and we generate interviews.
How's the market? I mean, are sales brisk?
They're very consistent. I would say that each week we sell between 15 and 25 units. And wow. and we're so confident about the quality of the product,
yes,
and the effectiveness of the product that
yes,
that they're sold on the basis of a 45-day trial period. So if someone if for any reason someone buys one of these and they decide this isn't worth it, or this isn't what I had in mind, or it's not for me,
then you give them money back?
We do.
You do.
We do not take any part of the unit back that comes into physical contact.
Well, see, I was about to ask for that. It's like...
No, we take back the power and control unit, and we refund all of their money except for $125. So if I can do that mathematically, a person could buy one of these units, and if they returned it, basically they spent $125 to keep it for a month and a half. There's a store in California that rents them for $150 a week.
Rents them?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You buy your own attachment.
I think
connected to it by a pneumatic hose.
I think I understand. How do your friends and family react when you explain the kind of business you're in?
My family is mortified.
They're mortified?
Yes. My friends know me, and it's not a problem of any kind, but my family was
A little mortified.
well, pretty much so.
Well,
that's everybody has their own family.
Yeah, you're definitely in a unique business. No question about it. Do you see a big future for your product?
Absolutely. One of the first press release I did, we got somehow the Bloomberg Financial Wire picked it up, and I would say we got at least 400 calls from stockbrokers, commodity brokers, bankers, insurance men, and I predict that we will take the company public on the internet.
Wow.
And I think it'll cook. I know that's worked for microbreweries, for example. And also the next generation, Venus 2, will be more powerful. The maximum speed will be higher. The minimum speed will be lower. It's so quiet that we have to put an on-off light on it so that it's not accidentally left on all night. And the new price will be in the $500 range. And I think that
it's probably a lot quieter than its user.
Yes. Well, we haven't solved that problem yet. And there's another problem.
Welcome. I am here to tell you about the Reach Out Wireless Link-Up and Lifeline program.
Yeah, there's that. And,
under congressional mandate, the Federal Universal Service Fund supports the Lifeline and Link-Up program.
Intended
These
function,
programs provide...
Does it offer its user a cigarette?
No, but that would be a very good accessory.
All right, listen, on a scale of 10, I think you qualify as roughly an 8.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And may I just say, so that you're not inundated, and I'm not asking to give a phone number, but could I say what city we're in so if people want to call information, they could?
Yeah, sure, I've got to give you that. Sure, what city are you in?
The name of the company is ABCO Research, ABCO.
Yeah.
And we're in Monticello, Illinois.
All right. I appreciate your call, and you definitely qualify as an 8 out of 10 on the scale of weirdness. Now, what I am doing this night, because I got a call earlier from Strange Universe today, and I can already see I'm on the right track here, and they're going to have a weird contest, the weird person contest. And that man definitely qualifies as an entrant. As a matter of fact, he really should enter the Strange Universe contest. But I thought, who better qualified to go out and find strange and weird people than me? And I can assure you, before the night is over, you will definitely agree with me. I do like the Orgasmatron as a name. The world is changing before our very eyes. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Ken in Las Vegas.
Hi, Ken.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You know, one of my favorite guests that you have on your show is David John Oates.
Uh-huh.
And, most of the time he's been really good, been very accurate in doing the reversals. But, however, my friends and I, who are very serious reverse speech people,
yes,
have to take issue with his findings regarding that Area 51 caller who allegedly knocked you off the air.
Yes.
I want to tell you that from my reversals, and I got the tape, and I'm willing to sit down with you and also take on Mr. Oates, to challenge Mr. Oates. I can tell you that from the reversals, that call was staged. Instead, Mr. Oates, when he said...
well, what reversal do you have that would prove that?
Well, he says... when he says what we're talking about is aliens, Arthur, he said, in reverse, he says, there are no aliens. I want to get through. He said things like, instead of feel the heat, He said, heal the feet. He said stuff, they're all lies.
Heal the feet.
He said, I'm serving it on a ham hock. That's me bull blanking it. And I caught some reversals on you. It was, and this a lot of people out there, a lot of serious-minded people, world-class people could confirm it.
Listen, I'm open. Here's what you ought to do. Send me, if you're unable to play them, in quality as David can on the phone, then send me a tape of the reversals, and I'll play them on the air.
All right. Well, I already put it on a bulletin board on the FIDO, the RhineNet, and Absolutely Temporary, and I put all I put my findings on the bulletin board.
Well, better yet, though, because only a very small percentage of people can get up there. If you really want it heard, send it to me, and I'll play it on the air.
Okay, if you want, but you've got the tape yourself. I mean, you've got the tape. I could tell you what I heard from it.
Well, no, I want to hear the reversals.
Okay. So what do you want me to do?
Send the reversals to me on tape. It's not such a good idea grabbing them off real audio because of the quality, so to broadcast it, send it to me on a tape and I'll broadcast it.
Okay. I want to know what Mr. Oates' response is going to be. How about if I and Mr. Oates together,
look, again, send me the reversals. If they're clear, then, and you really want to get David on and challenge him, we can even do that, but I've got to hear them first.
Okay.
All right?
Will do.
All right, I'll look for them, and you know me, I'm willing to do just about anything. All right, back we are now. I am taking calls from people who are weird. Now, you have to really qualify as weird, much like that last guy did. Can you imagine that? As a living, building machines that produce orgasms? Machines? Welcome to the brave new world. On my international line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell, and welcome back.
Well, thank you. Hold on a minute. Hold on just a sec. Let me try and get rid of this echo. We've got some echo on there. Let's see if that gets rid of it. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. Where are you located?
I'm calling from Quebec City, Canada.
Quebec, Canada. All right.
Yeah, capital of separatism, like you said once.
Yes.
Well, I always like to speak about time travel because it really interests me a lot, okay?
Me too.
Okay, you had a caller on once you opened the timeline?
Yes.
I was wondering. He had one, he said he was watching the inventor of the time machine. You remember that one?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. That one sounded pretty credible to me. The other one who sounded pretty credible is that pilot who claims that he went back in 1932 to Operation Southern Cross.
Yes.
I don't even know if that operation actually exists.
No, I don't either.
Okay.
But he did sound good, I agree.
Okay, and maybe another timeline some nights before Christmas?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And one last thing. What is the alternate states of America? I wondered, it sounds to me like another dimension or another timeline. What do you think?
The alternate states of
Have you
America?
ever heard that? Yeah.
No, but if there is another timeline and, a parallel dimensional universe, then it's entirely possible, but I doubt they would call themselves the alternate states of America. They would call themselves the United States of America, but it might be a very different U.S.
Okay, talk to you later. Thank you very much.
All right, take care. In other words, the name alternate states of America would clearly imply they understood they were an alternate to something else, to us. And since they wouldn't have that knowledge, they wouldn't be the alternate states. They would just be the U.S., like we are here. But the structure might be entirely different. For example, their Alan Greenspan might like the market going up and up and up. On my weird person line, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing fine.
I've been classified as being a weird guy. I'll go by the name Gazuki.
Gazuki?
Gazuki.
Why and in what way are you weird?
Well, I come up with all kinds of strange ideas. One of them is a parasail city. supported by several mile wide, a few miles long parasails that would support an ultralight city.
An ultralight city?
I just got done doing 400 upside down push-ups, so I'm rather tired. You can hear my breath.
400?
Yeah, well, I spread them out through the day, but yeah.
Now, I know what an ultralight is, but how would you have an ultralight city?
You'd simply strap, a sail together until you had a very, 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 very big parasail in the middle.
Yeah.
You'd put the main weight, which would be the city. And then to go on from that, and also you could position these ultralight cities to get rid of pollution. Because they would create their own pressure zones, and in stagnant, pollution-ridden cities, they would kind of, bring a little wind to the city.
Well, they would require. Well, I guess they would, wouldn't they? They'd be in other words, they'd be under power.
Exactly, and also
So you could, for example, fly them over Los Angeles on a smoggy day.
Exactly.
And blow the smog away.
That's right. That's exactly right. I've also seen 9 UFOs, 4 of which, in my opinion, were driven by something other than human. I've invented things like the spider leg vehicle, arms and legs fit into independent suspension / suit. In other words, you put you put the vehicle on like a spacesuit. Mm-hmm. And all your arms and your legs, they fit into the independent axles, which have tires on each end.
All right, well, I think I've got the picture, and I'm giving you a 5 out of 10 on the weird scale. Keep at it, sir. This is Coast to Coast AF. All right, a fax here. Art, will you allow Hancock and Baval to reply to Hawass's statements? I'm sure you agree. That would only be fair. Welcome home. Get well. Thank you. Yes, of course, I would allow Hancock and Baval on to counter the statements made by Zahi Hawass. Of course I would. So if anybody out there wants to contact them and let them know that I have issued an invitation for them to respond, they're more than welcome to come on the air. On my weird person line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art Bell. As you know, I've pre-talked to you. I have an extremely rare RH factor, which is RH equal, and I have documents to prove this.
I've never heard of it. RH, I know about RH positive, I guess it is.
And RH negative.
Negative.
Well, I'm holding in my hand a document done by the U.S. military that states RH equal, RH factor equal.
What does that mean? I mean, does that mean that you would be compatible with both blood types, or you would be not compatible with either one?
Well, being RH equal, a positive and a positive equals equal, right? Equals positive. A negative and a positive equals a negative. So, by the laws of physics and in nature, RH equal, I guess, a negative and a negative would equal a negative.
Yeah.
And a positive would equal positive.
Yeah.
So actually, my blood type, I could actually donate my blood type to either a negative or a positive.
Have they tried it?
That I don't know, but I do know that the human genome has been completely mapped back in the 1950s, and I have the name of a doctor and some phone numbers that actually cloned a human in the early 1970s.
Well, you know what? I don't doubt that. We were talking about that yesterday extensively, but I've never heard of an RH equal person. Now,
I never have either. I've never run across anybody else that has.
Yeah. Is there anything otherwise different about you? Do you have any strange powers? Can you see through walls?
Well, I have been known on occasion to be passing, people on the sidewalk, and they would look toward me, and I would answer their question, and they'd kind of look at me kind of dumbfounded.
You're telling me you can read minds?
Well, not particularly read minds. I can actually, I have a sense of what someone is about to ask, and I would answer the question.
Ooh.
On occasion. It doesn't happen on a regular basis. It just occurs occasionally.
I just read a book that I've recommended to my listeners, and I recommend to you, called The Miracle Strain. Boy, was that a good book. Mm-hmm. And you sort of fit into perhaps a category that was almost described in that book. I don't want to give anything away, but...
Well, I do recall way back in the late 50s, early 60s of being tested genetically, at some point when I was extremely young. And the genetic testing that they did, of some sort, they injected something into my right hip. And, it came back as an extremely strong, whatever it was.
Now, do you, here I am suffering from a cold right now. Do you get colds?
No.
You don't get colds?
No. I don't even get the flu.
You don't ever get the flu either?
Well, I get the garden 12-hour variety, but I don't get the flu or the cold, no.
We need your blood. We need your blood.
Well, the plasma, actually.
It may be there's something in your blood that could aid all of humanity.
Well, that's possible, but, the thing of it is...
We need to get you on a table and slice and dice a bit.
Do you remember a movie, a television series back in the, say, early 70s, late 60s, maybe even mid-70s, regarding a person that had an extremely rare blood type that government agents were chasing this person all over the place, and he would donate blood.
I vaguely do recall that, yes.
Yeah, and he would donate blood to cure people and stuff like that.
Yes.
That is basically the scenario behind the mapping of the Human Genome Project. And the Human Genome has been completely mapped like I say, in the 50s. And the story behind the human clone that was actually cloned and successfully in 1975, the doctor that cloned this individual, it was naturally sponsored by the military for military purposes, and the military gave orders to this doctor to do away with his clone because the clone refused to kill a dog. Actually physically kill a dog. It wouldn't kill on command.
Well, so that wouldn't be any good for the military.
No, it wouldn't, no. But, if you would
the clone even kick a dog?
No, it wouldn't harm the dog in any way.
Well, then that's obviously no good for the military at all.
No, but I can give you the doctor's name and phone numbers.
Well, I don't want it now. Not here on the air. Let's do it off the air.
Okay.
Get me by email or snail mail or however you can get it to me, privately the number, and I will investigate this.
Yeah, well, I will get, like I say, it's going to be a couple weeks before I get connected back up to the Internet. But when I get connected back up to the Internet, I will send you an email with the doctor's name and 2 phone numbers.
All right. Wonderful. I'll look forward to it. Thank you very much. I give that man a 7, lacking documentation, of course, at this point. I give him a 7 on a scale of weirdness. Pretty cool. RH equal blood. Blood that prevents colds or even a serious flu? We need that man's blood, don't we? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. No, wait a minute. Push the button. There we go. West of the Rockies, now you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Hey, I'm on. That's great. Hey, welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, I've got a weird theory for you.
Okay.
You remember I'm sure you do, the guy that freaked out and your satellite went dead?
Of course.
Okay. You remember what he said right before things went haywire? He said that the aliens were interdimensional creatures, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah, that they weren't what we thought they were.
That's right.
Okay, well, an interdimensional creature would be able to, just like we could look down on fish in a pond, I think one of your recent guests mentioned.
Yes.
They should be able to...
actually, that was, again, Professor Kaku who said that.
Right.
And he said, what would a fish think if you plucked that fish out of the water and he looked around at the world above the water, which he had never seen before, and you threw him back in, and he was talking to his friends down there, trying to tell them what had happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So these creatures then could do the equivalent to us. They could possibly read our thoughts, get inside us, maybe in ways that we can't even imagine. Now, if you link that idea together with something else that I remember Whitley Strieber mentioning in his book Communion, that the aliens seem to, I believe he said this, or it was someone along the same lines, that they collect souls. They have a fascination with souls.
Yes.
Okay, well, if you take those two things together, then the aliens could be interdimensional creatures, which is what the first, the very unusual call you got. They could be demons. I mean, that could be another way of describing what religion has put a label on that people seem to object to because of all the dogma and
worse yet, sir?
Yeah.
We could just be soul food for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it puts the idea of demons and even Christianity, angels, good aliens versus bad aliens. You know, if we think of them in terms of angels, it seems actually, I mean, I hate to say it, but it seems to be a lot more acceptable and palatable than calling them demons or angels, because after all, we think of a demon as being a Satan creature with red skin and a tail.
Don't forget the horns.
Right. You know, we have a cartoon concept that we put onto something, but if we put it in the context of these could be interdimensional creatures that may have an agenda, and if they have some type of fascination or lust for human souls, then it could put, the whole thing, the whole Christianity idea in a different perspective.
It could. All right. Well, I appreciate your theory. It's definitely weird. Definitely weird. What do you think the devil really looks like? Not the traditional horns and tail and all the rest of it. I wonder what the devil really looks like. Have any of you actually ever seen the devil? Now, the best person that I have ever seen to play the devil, or one of his disciples, is beyond any question Christopher Walken. I mean, that guy is weird. Christopher Walken, as a matter of fact, I would like to interview Christopher Walken. He just has a natural, sort of wonderfully evil presence about him. He's done those sorts of movies, and he's almost being typecast now, but he is absolutely perfect for the part. Perfect. On my international line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh,
hi there.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Where are you?
I'm calling from Saskatchewan, Canada.
Saskatchewan. Good. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, and you were talking about, the first thing you're talking about, sunlight savings time. Saskatchewan doesn't go on it either.
Really?
Yeah. So we're in the same time as you are right now.
However, when we change time here, what is it, about another week we'll change times?
No,
we'll leave you guys behind, huh?
Yeah. Have you seen the October issue of Discover magazine?
No, I don't think I have, no. I just got back to the country, so I haven't seen it.
There is an interesting article in there, and some scientists were doing tests on rats, and they found that they found out that nitrates and nitrite compounds in both in rats and humans are a first line of defense against bacteria like E. coli bacteria and salmonella. So that may explain why a lot of people are getting sick. We're cutting down. A lot of people are not have enough nitrates in their bodies.
Well, that's a possibility. Thank you. I am very distrustful of studies done on rats that are then immediately converted to have human, to be relative to human beings. Because so many times in the past we have either taken things off the market or allowed them to go on the market based on tests on rats. And I think that is insufficient. I want to see human trials before I'm a believer. Anyway, let us continue and go here to my weird person line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell?
Yes.
Oh, I just got through. That's great. Okay, just listen to the show.
Okay, you're going to have to speak up good and loud. I can barely hear you.
Okay, is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Well, I just want to say in 1980, I took a trip to Wyoming to specifically go aboard a UFO on Pat McGuire's farm.
Well, now, wait a minute. Why would you think there would be a UFO landing in Wyoming or anywhere else?
Well, Mr. McGuire was on television saying that there was on, I think, the old show That's Incredible.
Uh-huh.
And so myself and a couple of friends went out there and saw what we saw. It's all documented through Dr. Sprinkle at the university.
So what did you see?
Oh, I don't really want to say, but I saw...
Oh, come on now.
I saw the equivalent of some bright lights, I'll leave it at that. And they were flying in a pattern that was not fixed-wing or rotary-wing type aircraft.
No. You saw a UFO?
No doubt, but I don't want to say that because I have no way to prove it other than my own word.
Look, a UFO is just an unidentified flying object,
well,
and you definitely saw one of those, right?
By definition, I did.
But you didn't get picked up, you didn't get abducted, you didn't get to ride in one.
I'm not sure.
Oh?
I don't think I did, no. But some strange things did happen.
Like what?
I don't want to go into detail. There's too many people listening.
Well, but you knew that when you called me.
Well, it's just something weird to talk about that I did.
Well, that's why I have the weird line open.
Right. That's
so you can't tell me.
I could tell you maybe, person-to-person conversation, but not on the air.
All right. Well, then I'm going to leave it at that then. You've got to be able to tell everybody, not just me. Got to be able to tell everybody. This is an open radio program. So when you get ready to, make it all public, when you're going to let it all out, well, call me back. On my weird person line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
My name is Teddy.
Okay.
My friends call me Terrible Teddy. They think I'm kind of weird, and while I think I'm very normal.
Well, why do they think you're weird?
Well, I do have a fascination with death. You remember the video Faces of Death?
Oh, yes.
I've rented it 27 times.
Really?
I find it mildly erotic. And
really?
I don't know. I think that's normal, but I just think death...
Wait a minute. You think Death and Faces of Death was a videotape, for those who don't know, that depicted people dying in truly horrible, awful ways.
Oh, I loved it.
Really?
Yeah, and they think, for some reason, they say, I have a coffee can full of old toenails, ranging from celebrities down to...
Wait. You collect toenails?
I have a toenail collection, that's right. And it ranges from celebrities down to my neighbor, and I am quite proud of it, actually.
How, as a matter of interest, how do you get these toenails? I mean, it's not something you can ask people for.
Well, in fact, I do ask for them, and on occasion, if I notice someone is clipping their toenails, I'll wait politely till they're finished, and then collect them when they leave.
Do you sometimes have to do so covertly? In other words...
Well, as I say, I'm kind of proud of the toenail collection, and so I don't mind if someone sees me, and I'm not afraid to talk to them about it.
How many, you say you've got, well, give me an estimate. How many toenails do you suppose you have totally?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure the number, but a coffee can full is a good size and a large amount.
That's a lot of toenails. How long have you been collecting them?
For about 5 years, actually. I'm about ready to fill the can and start a new one, so it's exciting for me. Another day I found a very large ant in my backyard, and I wonder what these ants do during the day.
Yeah.
So I followed him for about 5 hours.
You spent 5 hours following an ant?
Through my backyard, my neighbor's yard, into the street, and across the street, and I'll tell you, he went down the sewer, and I lost him. It took a while to get the lid off, but to be honest with you, I think he ditched me.
So in other words, by the time you were able to lift the lid...
He was gone.
He was gone.
Yeah.
But you spent 5 hours following an ant.
I thought it was very stimulating. I felt there was something they were going somewhere. They're very busy. I just wanted to know where, but he did get away from me. And apparently it's a long trip just across the yard, so maybe they don't get too much accomplished, but they're very busy.
Well, how are you able to devote so much time to the Faces of Death 27 times, collecting toenails, following ants? I mean, these are time-consuming things.
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I do sacrifice a lot of sleep. Of course, I do listen to your show often, and so that takes a lot of my time, and it gives me a chance also to engage in these activities, because I have a portable radio and headphones and such. So you do kind of ride along with me now. That I think is weird, but...
As a matter of curiosity, you've got this coffee can full of toenails. How do you know which ones came from a celebrity?
Oh, I just said I tagged them, of course.
You tagged them?
A little piece of masking tape to identify them ones. Some of them are just kind of run-of-the-mill, and so I don't bother with that, but the very famous ones are people who I consider to be famous.
Give me a name or two famous toenails that you have.
Well, I've got hold on a second, let me see, I've got a list here. I did buy a set that someone told me came from Madonna's toes. Now,
From who? Did you say Madonna?
That's right. I was in Los Angeles visiting at a time at a beach, and someone offered them to me, and I'm not sure if this was someone who you consider a toenail dealer, or he just was maybe playing a joke. But
were these given to you freely, or
no.
Did you have
to pay money for those?
You paid for them.
$165.
Oh my God!
And of course, I value those greatly.
All right. Well, contact me privately because I've got some very famous nails for you. We've got a break here at the top of the hour. 9 on a scale of 10. Good morning, everybody. We are doing many things this morning. Nothing tremendously important, but a lot of fun. I've got a special weird person line open. Now, why would I open a line for weird people? Well, because earlier in the day, I got a call from Strange Universe, the TV show. And they wanted me to be a judge. They're going to have a weird person contest, and I've been invited to be one of 5 judges, and I thought, well, I have a program. I have weird people. Maybe even more than the average. And so I thought I would open a line for weird people, and I am so far not disappointed. Now, the caller just before the top of this last hour definitely was a 9 on a scale of 10. I mean, we're talking about a man who watched Faces of Death 27 times and finds it erotic. We're talking about a man who collects toenails. He had an entire coffee can full of toenails, some of them from famous people, in fact, some of them even labeled as Madonna's toenails. And here, too, is a man who followed an ant on his hands and knees for 5 hours until it fooled him by going down a storm drain. I'm giving him a good 9 out of 10. Then there was an earlier fellow who has invented and possibly patented, I forgot to ask about that, orgasm machines. One for men, one for women. Here's somebody faxing, Art, tell your caller, I will sell my toenails for 20 cents each. I'm broke. Signed, Tom. And this, I guess, on a more serious note, Dale from Atlanta, Georgia. Art, just heard on ABC News, thousands of seabirds found dead in Alaska due to starvation. El Nino is what's being blamed. The quickening. Oh, and that reminds me, he says the quickening continues. It's from Dale. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Yes. About your trip to Egypt?
Yes.
It must have been beautiful.
It was.
I wanted to ask you, the Egyptian calendar, isn't that supposed to be one of the oldest calendar in the world?
Well, I'm sure it's old. I mean, the Egyptian civilization is certainly very old.
Well, I heard it goes back like to 7,000 years, but it's consecutive years. I mean, it's nothing like time wasted or anything like that. I heard a lot about the Egyptian calendar. Now, the Sphinx and the pyramids that you saw, that was built 5,000 years ago?
Well, probably a lot of people estimate 4,000 or 5,000 years. There are others who think the Sphinx is as old as 12,000 years.
Ooh.
It's very unclear. Very unclear.
Okay, now, that was built by the Egyptian slaves?
I think those are the indications, but nobody can still show how it was done. Mm-hmm. But I saw the tombs of the workers that built the pyramid, so there is no question that human beings were involved. But how they moved the blocks remains as much of a mystery as ever.
Okay, now that's the pharaohs are buried there. That's the kings of Egypt.
Yeah, the pharaohs, yeah.
Okay, because that's in the Bible, too. Now, there's Alexandria, Egypt.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay, that was named by Alexander the Great. That was built by Alexander the Great during the Greek Empire. That's correct, right?
I think that's correct.
And that's 300 years B.C. that was built by. But it's wonderful. See how European history, in a way, and Southern European history and the Middle East history.
Yeah, I'll tell you. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you some about that. Where are you calling from?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. All right, well, you listen to what I have to say. Whether you're talking about Paris, as a matter of fact, I think CNN did something on this recently. Paris, London, any other major European capital that you could name, save perhaps the former Eastern Bloc countries, their society is their civilization, much, much, much older than us, or any of our cities. And yet, their cities are kept well, their infrastructure is clean and efficient, and safe. When you walk around their streets, you are generally safe. Now, I would not necessarily say that about Cairo. I'm talking more about the northerly European cities. Very old, very safe, very clean, and here we are, very new, and our infrastructure is falling apart. Our bridges are a mess. Many of our inner cities are total disasters. Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, certainly is one of those. You look at the monuments that are maintained, and they're very pretty, but outside of that, Washington, D.C. is basically surrounded by basically a ghetto. There are certainly nice areas of Washington, but there are a lot of not-so-nice areas. And you've just got to wonder why that is. And it's not confined to Washington, D.C. That was the example, I think, that a CNN or TBS used. I forget which it was. TBS, maybe. But any major U.S. inner city has a lot of areas that, frankly, a lot of Americans would be ashamed of when they go and look at the European capitals that are much older. And I wonder why that is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning to you.
Hey, I consider myself weird, but yet true. My 5th birthday, when I was younger, it was a big disappointment to me, and I can still remember it. But what I remember was a lady visiting me. It was more of a spiritual lady that I met when I was about 5. And she's always contacted me when I'm alone or when I'm meditating. I've always called her like a mother, like a second mother to me. And what she's taught me, I mean, I know this for true, what she's taught me is how to control the wind.
The wind?
Yes, indeed.
Now, let me get this straight. This is a woman who comes to you psychically.
In fact.
Right.
When I was little, I had a better imagination, or I was in touch better, and I'd actually see her. But as I've grown up, I can hear her, and it's not that I'm trying to contact her, it's just instantly she's there at the least moment I'll expect it.
Okay. How do you control the wind?
Well, the way I figure it, it's more, I get myself into like a meditation state.
Right.
Where I just concentrate on what I'm doing, or either that or my feelings are in rage, and it just kind of flows through me. In fact, I remember it was my 21st birthday. I was living out in Nebraska.
Right.
And I was really, really upset I don't remember why, but I was really upset over it. And I created a twister probably about 5 miles south of me.
God, you mean a tornado?
A tornado, indeed. And I don't
must have been really ticked off.
Yeah, I was really ticked off, in fact.
Well, can it go the other way? In other words, if it's blowing hard outside, and let's say it's annoying you, and you want it to stop.
No, not really. No, I can't do that. But when it's really still, or when it's a clear day out, I'm not talking I can control the wind all over the world. It's like, it seems to me like in a 15, 20-mile radius of me.
A localized thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a feeling that just comes through my hands and my head, and it just blows through me. And it's really awesome. Some neat things happen. And
that is cool. I mean, you ought really not create tornadoes. That's nasty.
Well, yeah, that's true enough. I went out to Nebraska to see one and never did, and I finally did, though. But
the city of Los Angeles could use you.
Hey, get on their payroll.
Well, when it's still in L.A., when you don't have a good offshore breeze or something, naturally you've got a lot of pollution.
Sure.
And anybody who could generate wind would be of truly great value.
True. Yeah, my name's Dakota, by the way.
Dakota?
Dakota with a T.
Dakota.
Yeah. Hey, I got another thing I want to throw at you. I'd like your advice on real quick.
Okay.
I talked to you before on this, and I never really got a straight answer from you. Anyway, what it involves was this Sean Morton, I think it was.
Sean David Morton, yes.
Yeah, there you go. He was on the other night.
Yep.
Anyway, and another fellow, probably about a year back, was talking about this Aurora project.
Yes.
Area 51.
Right.
Well, I've got a fact of proof with it, and I'd like to tell you a quick story about it because it's pretty awesome.
Well, wait a minute. You said you asked me a question and didn't get a straight answer. What was it?
Excuse me?
You said you asked me a question and didn't get a straight answer. What was it?
Well, what it was a couple years back, I was living in a small town in southern Colorado, and a preacher friend of mine, I wasn't too old anyway, he took a vacation out to Lake Powell.
Yes.
And was on one of those ferry boat rides.
Yes.
And was using high-speed photography just to take, a picture of the scenery and da-da-da-da-da. And just took a picture in the afternoon time. And he got home and developed it. And all of a sudden there was this craft right in the middle of it that was just splitting the wind in two. And you could see like 4 huge jets coming out of the back of it. Yeah. And this guy didn't see it. He didn't hear it. Nothing. Zilch. It was just a chance in a million, right?
A phantom craft.
You got it. So what he did, he sent it to the Pentagon. He took a couple of, proofs of it and kept them for himself and blew it up a little bit. He sent it to the Pentagon. And about 2 weeks later, the Pentagon sent back a letter. I have the letter that, a Xerox copy, just stating that, it's probably a fluke in your photography. It's nothing to worry about, but we'd like your negatives, right? Yeah, indeed. So he knew he had something right away. He knew
Men in Black.
You got it. So what he tried doing, he contacted Time Magazine.
Yes.
Right? And within 2 days, this must have put out a red light for him or something, because 2 days later, Men in Black came to his house.
Here we go.
He was a minister, right?
Mm-hmm.
They put a federal warrant on his house saying that he was embezzling money through the church.
Oh, boy.
And they took him away. And in the meantime, in those 2 or 3 days, he gave me a picture, a fairly good-sized picture of this craft.
Uh-huh.
And nobody, as far as I know, it's the last one remaining, and it is just awesome. There's no way it's a fluke. There's no way that it's a fake. And it's fact. It's split in the air in two, and it's just incredible. And I've been sitting on it for about five years now. And whoever doesn't know what I'm talking about, as far as what I understand is this craft is if, let's say, Russia were to send up a ICBM at us, right? That we'd have something so fast to travel over to Russia or wherever and knock out this ballistic missile on their own soil.
All right. Well, I'm still not clear on what question you asked me that I did not answer properly.
Okay. Well, here you go. The thing that bothers me is I'm a patriot at heart. Our government, it's got its bad points, it's got its good points.
Yes.
The thing is, I don't understand is, I know it's true, I just worry about national security. Now, last time I talked to you, you were like, just send it in, I'll throw it on my website. Well, I contacted my...
Oh, you mean the photograph?
Yeah, the photograph.
Well, right.
Well, I talked to my state representative, my senator here in Colorado.
Yes.
And he immediately put me in with Space Command down at NORAD.
Yes.
And NORAD told me what they believe it was what I said it was.
Yes.
That they want me to send it to them, for them to send it to the CIA, just to bury it.
Huh. All right. Well, I'm going to give you the same answer I gave you before. Don't send it to the CIA. Don't give it to the guys in suits. Send it to me. And I don't see how you can refer to that as an unsatisfactory reply. Because if I get it, I'll put it up on the web and everybody can see it. Well, that was a painful way to get an answer to that question. Back to the lines we go. On my weird person line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, am I on the air?
You're on the air.
Yeah. First of all, I was a weird child. When I was born with webbed toes.
Webbed toes?
Yeah.
Webbed
I was
toes?
always double jointed. I could do weird things when I was a kid, like...
You mean you actually have skin between all your toes?
Not all of them, between two of my toes.
Does it help you when you swim?
People always ask me that, but not really. I was double jointed when I was a child. I could.
Well, a lot of people are double jointed.
But I could do weird things like wrap my legs and arms into like a pretzel, and I would walk around on my knees, and then I would like stick my stomach out to like about almost a foot, and then suck it in and scare my ma to death.
Really?
Yes, just terribly weird. I would swallow stones.
Swallow? You ate rocks?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I could.
Did they taste good? Or was it just sort of a thing like, hey, I can eat rocks, watch?
They kind of felt good going down when they hit the stomach. That also scared my mother.
That would scare me.
Well,
what size rocks could you? I mean, surely you couldn't eat a jagged rock.
No, they were round, smooth rocks.
Like you'd find in a pond or maybe at the beach or something that had been worn away by the water.
No, just right out in the yard.
Yard rocks.
Yeah.
Where are you, by the way?
Right now I'm calling from Maybrook, New York.
Maybrook, New York. Where were you when you were eating rocks?
Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Do you have any idea whether the rocks... Now, obviously, a rock is not something that you're going to be able to assimilate and digest.
Well, that's what my mother was worried about, so she called the doctor, and the doctor said not to worry, that they would pass right through, which I don't remember happening, but another thing that I did is I took a stick and I started digging a hole in my knee, and I got to the bone.
What?
I'd take a kind of a pointy stick, and I would start digging a
hole in your knee?
Yeah, in my knee, and then I see some white stuff in there, and
that's probably your bone.
Yeah, it was bone or cartilage or something. It was kind of neat. I just had a weird life, just completely oddball weird.
You're right. You are weird. Now, how old are you now?
I'm 37.
37. Now, how long were you eating rocks?
Well, I stopped. My mother made me stop after a while, but I would say for about a week or so.
A week of eating rocks?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what caused you to
when I was told, my father was in the service, and I was told that he was on a cruiser. This is how the story goes, a Navy cruiser during the atomic testing.
Yes.
And I've always had a theory that sort of kind of passed on to me.
So you think he may have been genetically irradiated, causing a defect in you, which caused you to eat rocks and pick your knee open?
Well, yeah, but I don't consider it a defect. I consider it kind of like an enhancement. You know what I mean? Kind of like a superior being, a mutant, like on the X-Men or something like that. You dig?
Yeah, I do. Do you still feel that, for example, today you could eat a rock and that...
Oh, definitely. I could definitely eat a rock.
Do you actually find yourself longing for an occasional rock?
Well, considering that the nutritional value of most of the food nowadays isn't all that hot, I would think a rock would be fairly good for you.
Well, there would be trace minerals, certainly.
Well, yeah, a lot of dirt. Dirt is supposed to be good for you, really, if you think about it.
You didn't eat dirt, did you?
Well, there was dirt on the rock.
That's true. So I suppose, in a way, your body probably did assimilate some of what you ate.
Well, I would think so. I've never, like I said, I don't remember passing them.
Have you ever seen a snake eat a mouse?
No, I don't believe I have.
It's really horrible. You can see the mouse actually, as a giant lump, slowly going down the snake and being digested as it goes.
Doesn't the snake's jaw kind of disconnect so it can?
That's right. That's exactly right. Now, what size rocks? I mean, did you eat what we would generally call a pebble?
Oh, no, like about a bird's egg size rock. I mean, I couldn't obviously take a 5-pound rock and swallow it. I mean, it was just a stone. Nothing, fancy.
Well, look, I'm not exactly sure how to classify you, but you're definitely up there on a scale of 10.
Sir, it doesn't end there, but I don't know if you have enough time for me.
You mean there's more?
There is more. I hate to admit it.
Well, I do have time for you.
Well, when I was 16 or in my teenage years, I was pretty much, the village idiot. You know, kind of not too smart of a guy, you know.
Well, probably from eating rocks.
Yeah. Well, see, what I did is I kind of sat down.
Wait a minute. Let this be a cliffhanger. Can you afford to hold on?
I don't know. I've got a prepaid phone card. I'm not that rich.
All right. Well, call me back then, and we'll continue.
Tonight or today?
Well, no, tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sure, I can do that.
All right. I'll look forward to I'll think of you as a rock man, all right?
Rock man, all right.
All right, thank you. Okay. What do you folks think? That deserves a good 8 out of 10. Well, as you can see, I'm doing weird tonight, and I'm definitely not disappointed. We've had some real winners thus far. What do you folks think? Toenails? Anyway, it continues. If you think you qualify as an exceptionally weird person for one reason or another, I have my weird person line open. Since I'm going to be an official judge in a contest of this sort, I thought I might prepare. And there probably is no way to prepare for something like this. So anyway, that's what we're doing, for whatever that's worth. There was a young woman named Bright, who could travel faster than light. She went up one day in a relative way and returned the previous night. On my weird line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hi.
How you doing?
Okay.
Art, basically what I do that's weird is go around all day walking up to strangers and asking them, what does it feel like to be alive on this planet?
Really?
Yes.
And what sort of responses do you garner?
Well, a lot of them give me a double take.
Well, you know, if you were to do that to me, I might regard that as a threat. In other words, like you're asking me, how does it feel to be alive on the planet, in a way to suggest how would it feel not to be alive.
Yeah, well, some of them they would say, well, I'd rather talk that to a psychiatrist than saying it out to you. Some of them give me a double take, as I said. Some of them want to talk about the actual miracle of life here. And then we'll get into talking about life and the different nuances. And
it definitely has its ups and downs. I mean, there's a lot of ways of looking at it. Life sometimes is wonderful, and sometimes it's a total bummer.
Yeah, I like to share my personal philosophies, so I'll even put out ideas that, passing people by in the street is a totally unnatural thing. I mean, we all tolerate it, but I like to share that idea with people and see what they think about it. Now, I'll go do this in malls, in parks, in bookstores, train stations, bus stations, wherever I can get around.
You probably scare people.
Well, if I scare people, I think maybe they're neurotic,
Well, there is that.
Seemingly,
however,
my behavior would be taken as neurotic, but in a sense...
Well, abnormal, because the only way we can, normal is a strange kind of word anyway. I mean, what's normal? The only way you can suggest that something is normal is by averages. In other words, that, say, 9 out of 10 people would say you're neurotic or strange. And so by that measure, I suppose we could say you are, according to the norm, neurotic. That doesn't necessarily make you so, but there's a good chance you are.
Yeah, there's a psychiatrist that's dead now named R.D. Lang who spoke to this whole thing, and he said the people that go around the way they do in everyday society, robotic-like, dead, this is actually more abnormal than the so-called neurotic. In other words, the way people pass each other by in everyday society. And
you think it's really dumb that people, in effect, pass each other on the street without any form of communication?
Yeah, I think
or interaction.
We'll see, we're tribal people in a sense, and the way society has been structured. Matter of fact, the social nature of us is not social in a natural, intimate sense of the word.
No, absolutely not. You're right. We are very distant from each other in modern society, and you are doing your little part to change that.
Yeah. I mean,
which could land you in a mental institution.
Right. Now, this is what all the prophets did, and they were considered that crazy, too. I mean, if they came back today, any of the prophets, they would probably be put in an institution, as you say.
Well, I wonder when they put you in and then did your examination and tried to determine if you were sane or not, what a psychiatrist would have to say about you.
I think he'd probably be under the old structure, which, tries to put dysfunctional, make people functional and put them back in a dysfunctional society, which
so he'd try to cure you.
Is impossible.
He would try to cure you.
Yeah. That seems to be the psychiatrist's way of things, to put people back into a dysfunctional society, so-called functional, which I don't think you can do.
No, I follow you.
And, I'm calling from King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, which is a strange name, first of all. Many people realize what that is. That is an actual town.
It's probably a small town, isn't it?
Yeah, it has the largest shopping mall, the third largest shopping mall in the country.
See, in New York or Los Angeles, you would not actually be thought of as particularly strange, or, as somebody who stands out because you're going around asking people this question. But I would imagine in King of Prussia, they probably think of you as...
Well, it also has Valley Forge National Historic Park in it, and one of the biggest malls in the country. So it's a one and the other. In other words, it's two of the most opposite things you can have, like a natural paradigm combined with the biggest mall, one of the biggest malls in the country.
What is the most interesting answer you ever got to your question?
Basically, I guess it runs along the lines of some of the same things that people say, that, just the fact that we have arms and legs here and are standing up is like a miracle in itself. Like, that very fact, what I mean?
What is for a lot of people. All right, sir. Well, I appreciate the call. I can imagine that you would have some difficulty in a small Pennsylvania town walking around asking people that kind of question. So, yes, you're weird. Probably, though, no more than, say, about 5 on a scale of 10. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Ray from Peoria.
How you doing?
Not too bad. You still got open lines?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm glad you made it back all right.
Oh, me too. There were moments when I wasn't sure.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
I had one question and one quick comment. I was wondering, did you ever contact Father Malachi Martin before you went?
Yes.
Get into some of the secret places?
I did, but the problem was the good father's contact at the Vatican was at that time in South America, preparing for the Pope, because you remember the Pope was going to South America. And so his contact was not in place, and we didn't get to do it.
Okay, well, I just had one little comment about the Roswell incident.
Yes.
Something I've never heard brought up. It seems to me it can only be one of two ways. One, something actually crashed that was totally unknown, and they have it. Or two, they're putting people so incompetent in charge of our nuclear weapons. I think that's scarier than the first.
Well, if you're worried about our officialdom with regard to nuclear weapons, you better look at what's going on over in Russia. That'll really scare the hell out of you.
With the suitcase nukes and everything disappearing.
Man, 100 of them.
Yeah.
What would you, if you had a suitcase nuke, what would you do with it?
Boy, that's a hard question. Personally, I wouldn't want one.
Well, I know, but let's say you were given one.
Yeah.
Right. Free of charge. Suitcase nuke. It's all yours.
Well, I don't know if that's a question I could even answer. I can't even imagine having something like that. That's just...
Be a lot of personal power.
Yeah. Be a lot of responsibility, too.
Well, that's the way power is.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, you think that over, and if you ever come up with an answer, call me.
Sure will.
All right?
Thanks a lot.
Take care. All right. What would you do if you had one of those 100 suitcase nukes? Boy, I'm telling you. Local changes? No problem. Be something, huh? On my weird line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, Art. Just call me from Alabama.
Okay, it's me from Alabama.
Okay, I'd like to talk about something about me being weird. Plus, I'd like to end it with talking about these scientists inventing or having these clones on these torsos.
Oh, yes. Well, two separate subjects, or maybe not. How are you weird?
Okay. I walk around with money in my shoes. I've got 4 type shoes, and the rest of my shoes are sandals and high heels.
Yeah.
And the largest amount of money I walk on is at least $4.
Well, why do you do that?
And it's all in change. Well,
wait a minute.
This is money that I find in parking lots and things like that, and I put it in the right shoe.
Yeah.
And I get money within a couple of days. It may not be money. Most time it's money. But
so in other words, it is your theory that if you find money or even put money in your shoe, that will cause you to find moned
Well,
is that it?
When I put the money in my shoe and walk on it, I've handed money. Money's given to me.
Wow.
Now, one time I found a dime and a nickel, and that's mostly more than I find. Usually it's pennies. And I thought, well, I wonder what I'm going to get for that. And I was given $300 within 2 days later. And people laugh at me because when I take my shoes off somewhere when we're sitting around, there's always some change in my shoes. And every pair that I have, except my sandals or high heels, have money in it.
How did you discover that this works?
Well, the Bible says, whatsoever the soles of your feet tread on, that shall you possess.
Boy, it's hard to believe they were talking. It's hard to believe they were talking about money there, though.
Well, the sole of my feet's on it, isn't it?
Well, you can't argue with success.
No. Now, can I mention that about the torsos that they're inventing for the parts, human parts?
Absolutely.
Did you see on television? It was on either hard copy or Access. I'm not really sure. The first of this week, where this doctor was on there that had he has successfully removed a head from a baboon and put it on another one.
Oh no!
And he wants to do this to a human. And they showed this paralytic in a wheelchair, and he said he would be willing for them to, if they found the body, like a body in a wreck that wasn't nothing wrong with it,
put his head on it.
Be willing to put his head on it. He said, if you was in my shoes, you would think so different than, you know.
Of course.
And the doctor said that he's in the process of getting the spine, you know, where the head connects.
Yeah.
When he gets that thoroughly done, which they've already successfully done it on a baboon, he's going to do it on a human.
You know what worries me even more than that? I once had a guest on the show who said, we now have the technical capability to keep a head alive by itself. With no body.
Well,
just
they probably do. Like you said a while ago, they can do that, but, well, they can the cold, too. They just don't want to do it.
Look, going back now to your earlier thing, it's very intriguing. Do you find that there's any difference in the amount of money you put in your shoe in terms of what will come to you then from doing that?
Well, yes, sir, I did, because usually I found people lose pennies for some reason. I don't know why they don't lose more, but they lose pennies.
Well, I'll tell you one reason. People don't even pick up pennies. It's come to the stage now where a penny is worth so little that if it's on the ground, people won't even bother to reach down and pick it up.
Well, I do, and I try to put it in the right shoe.
Yep. What I mean is, let's say you had 25 cents in your shoe. And then let's say on another day you had a $100 bill in your shoe. Would there be a difference in what they would bring?
I believe it. Well, yes, from what I experiment on the small change that I have, I know, because now I haven't put a $100 bill in there. That would kindly, rot out of there. But... Well,
a $100 bill, all things considered, would be easier to walk on than, say, 25 cents.
Yes, it would, but it seems like the money that I have placed in my shoe has been money that I found. Seems like just finding it kind of adds to
I understand.
The ability that it's going to happen, like I found the dime and the nickel. And I thought, gosh, I wonder what that's going to bring. And I got $300 unexpectedly within about 2 days.
Totally cool.
15 and 15 is 30.
Like bank error in your favor, like in Monopoly. All right, thank you very much. That's pretty cool. I'm going to have to give that a try. Have any of the rest of you ever done that? You find money, change, small change, pennies even, and put it in your right shoe. And then within a day or two, money will come to you through some, unexpected way. Somebody will hand you money, bank error in your favor, whatever. You will make money. I've always had a thing about pennies, and I always pick them up. Very important to me. I feel as though if I ever leave a penny, I know this is, very superstitious, but if I ever leave a penny, I think that I will have terrible financial trouble. So I don't do it. I always pick up pennies. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. It's an honor to speak to you, and welcome back from your trip from Egypt. This is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
From the Area 51 line and the MIB line and all that.
Oh, that's Steve,
yes. I've got a new phone. How do you like it? A lot better than the old one?
Oh, Steve, it is superb.
Thank you. I've been ordered to return tonight and actually defend David John Oates.
Really?
Yeah, the earlier caller. And actually, I do agree. I would like to defend David Oates, but first I think I need to apologize for what I said in reverse about him being a rotten schmuck. So sorry, David.
That's all right. People can't control what they say in reverse.
I know that. But you and I were talking about the NASA PR men, and I was thinking about them.
Yeah.
So I think I was talking about them.
Well, that could be.
And you know where there was the other reversal where I said I beef it up?
Yeah.
That was the security at Area 51 I was thinking about. And where I said I make it up at the beginning, I was talking about my name. I was going to use Richard Charles Hoagland's first two names and call myself Ricardo Carlos.
Yes.
But I couldn't get the Spanish accent right. So
I see.
And Stole My Life reversal, the Men in Black.
Yes.
I was thinking about the women in black. See, I tell the men in black what to do, but the women in black tell me what to do, and I was thinking about that. That's what I meant by Stole My Life. I bet you're interested in Find the Script.
Vaguely.
Find the Script reversal. It was on the other side of the room, and I didn't have it with me. And he had one reversal, David did. It said, I'm arrogant. But I was actually thinking in my mind, it was near the end of the call, I was thinking, I'm going to have to be on the air again. And that's why that happened like that. And he said on another reversal that I pierced a big enemy. But that was actually me saying, I fear it's the big enemy. And I also can tell you why you were knocked off the air that night.
Why?
You were knocked off the air by the Supreme Commandant.
Of what?
Of the Palladian Alliance. She told me all about it and showed me a 3D image of the caller called David from Philadelphia, who should have sent you a package by now. And
not that I know of.
And well, he will. And he believes it's a hoax now, but he doesn't realize that he has been forced to believe that he hoaxed the call. But the call was timed. His call, he was forced to time his call to when she blacked out the satellite, so that it would create more credibility.
So it was definitely a she who did it.
Yes, yes, and she wanted me to tell you about Ed Dames and his explanation for the lights over Phoenix.
Yes.
Since Ed Dames has been in the government, since the time he's left, the government's got new and more advanced remote viewers, and they're so advanced that the government dispatched them out to Phoenix on the day they knew it. Ed Dames and Associates would be remote viewing to find out what the lights were. And these new government advanced remote viewers were able to project images of industrial infrared lasers intersecting each other into the minds of Ed Dames and his associates to cause him and to break the belief barrier and cause him to believe that's what caused the lie.
So you're telling me that Ed Dames was remotely influenced?
He was remotely programmed, and I've got all the documents here. I can explain who did it and how, and I can even tell you something about Bill Clinton visiting South America and how he visited those military families down there. You know.
All right, well, we'll have to hold it there. We're at the top of the hour. Thanks for all of that info, and we'll have to check with Ed and see what he thinks. We'll be right back. Stay right where you are. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. We're doing a weird person night, and for that reason I've got a special weird person line. And I should not forget that if you want to call us from anywhere overseas, from London, from Australia, from New Zealand, from anywhere in Europe, from South America, we've got a toll-free line. An international toll-free line. It will not cost you anything. So if you're sitting there listening to a Real Audio right now from AudioNet in Dallas, those good people, anywhere in the world, you can call us by getting hold of the AT&T operator or getting the AT&T USA Direct Country Code for your country and then dialing 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. I'm always forgetting to read that. On my weird line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hi.
This is Dave. I'm calling you from Central Iowa.
Iowa, yes. Nation's heartland.
Gosh, when I was a little kid, there were these, I don't know if this was a dream or what, but it was constantly happening to me. These creatures would come into my room.
Really?
And I would refer to them as beaties.
Beaties?
Yes. And they were tiny little, 3-foot-tall creatures with heads that looked like pickaxes, totally black-colored, like night black.
Oh, man.
But the thing that got to me was some of them had paper sacks with large, big black eyes. And a few years ago, I saw that cover of a book by, I think, Whitley Strieber.
That's right. Communion.
Yes. And
you recognize them.
And vaguely, yes. I don't know if that's what it was, but it scared the heck out of me. I don't know if that's what it was, but these things would come into my room at night.
And do what?
Well, surround me and make this weird noise. It was kind of like but it was all out of sync. There was a lot of them doing.
Let me hear that again.
It was like a kind of like a weird breathing through your teeth noise. But some of it sounded kind of like it was coming out of an electronic box or something. It was really.
I thought that sounded like the guys who breathe in slasher movies.
Yeah, who knows? But it was, I don't know. I've only told my parents and one friend about it, and it's, it was when I was 2 or 3 years old. I can remember it way back then. It was just always at this one old house we lived at. It's never happened, after that. It was something else, I guess.
Very weird, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely weird. Do you think they did anything to you?
Gosh, I don't know. Other than the fact that it was way too intense to have been a dream. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. Little kids have wild imaginations.
Well, I suppose you told your mom or dad.
Oh, yeah.
What'd they say?
I think they just shrugged it off as, dumb little kid.
Yeah.
Whatever, but...
Did you go under the covers?
Yeah. I used to wake up on the floor, under the bed. I don't remember getting there, but... Heck if I know. Guess I'll never know what it was.
Is there anything unusual now in your adult life that you can ascribe to?
After I read Strieber's books and stuff, and I tried to think of any sort of a weird, missing time type of thing or anything like that.
Sure.
And I can't think of anything that's happened since then, so it might have just been like a dream thing or something. Who knows?
How old are you now?
I'm 23 right now.
23. Well, there's a lot of life left for you, and it may yet manifest itself.
Well, maybe I'm better off never finding out.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe you are. Thank you very much for the call. I don't like the sound of that. Little guys about 3 feet tall with heads like pickaxes. Yuck. Total yuck. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hello. Where are you?
In Alabama, actually.
Alabama, all right.
Kind of transplanted from Pennsylvania, but I like to eat paste.
Come again?
Paste?
Paste, you mean like Elmer's glue, that kind of paste?
Yeah. I ate paste when I was a little kid.
Yeah?
First grade, do you ever have you roll them up in your palm and make the peeling skin off your hand, right?
Now you're talking about super glue.
No, not super glue, because that stuff sticks your fingers together. I mean,
Well, I mean, you said peel the skin off your hand.
Oh, yeah, well, no, not literally peel the skin off your hand, but you take the Elmer's white glue.
Yeah.
And you put it on your hand and you let it dry.
Yeah.
And then when you peel it off, it looks like your skin.
Yeah. And you would eat that?
Yeah. That or, the kind of, sticky, stinky stuff that smells kind of funny, like in art class when you're a little kid. It's kind of white, but I don't...
How much of it did you eat?
Whenever I got the chance.
Really? I mean, is that the sort of thing you got to develop a taste for, or did you naturally, how did it start? Did you casually lick your hand one day and say, "Ooh, that's good"?
I don't know. I always thought that when I was a little kid, it smelled kind of good and it tastes a little sweet.
Mm.
It's I don't know if it just starts from enjoying playing with it.
Yeah.
But it always, it's got a nice kind of sweet kind of taste to it. It's like a candy kind of thing, and I don't know, I always just kind of enjoyed it. I mean, I don't know how actually...
How much of it do you actually think you might have consumed?
In my lifetime?
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about your average Elmer's glue bottle.
Okay, well, I don't know, I think because actually the first time you really come in contact with it is when you're in first grade or second grade, right?
Right.
And I think when I really got interested in it a little bit, if I get the chance now, I'll kind of take a little bit of a lick of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like when I was a kid.
So it's like you don't feast on it now.
No, no.
But you did when you were young.
But I haven't had it. Yeah, oh, absolutely. But I mean,
Did anybody, your teachers, your mother, your father, anybody ever talk to you about it?
No, it wasn't like a mom or dad kind of at the house thing. It was more of an in-class, Wednesday art class kind of thing.
Sure, when they'd give you a glue and you'd be... All right, well, were there any effects that you suffered or enjoyed from this? In other words, as the glue passed through your system...
I don't really think so, except for, like I said, I don't know how weird this is, but I mean, I'm not necessarily embarrassed about it by it now. No,
it's all right. You know what I used to eat?
What?
Erasers.
Erasers?
Yeah.
The pink kind?
Well, like erasers on the end of a pencil.
Right.
I always thought they tasted reasonably decent.
Well, there's a kind that it's about an inch and, it's about 3/4 of an inch wide, about 2 inches long. It's called a pink Pow. Do you know what kind that is?
Yeah, I wouldn't eat that. That's too much.
It smells good, though.
Well, yeah. But anyway. So you ate glue.
Yeah, absolutely. Paste. It's not exactly glue. It is glue, but I don't mean in the rubber cement kind of way.
Yeah.
Not the kind that you get on the brush. But I mean the paste that comes... It's a specific kind. Elmer's makes it, and when you open it up, it has a paddle inside, like a little thin kind of plastic.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure, of course, I remember it.
It was, I don't know, it's kind of tasty.
Well, all right.
I don't know if that's weird or not.
I don't know. It may even have nutritional value, for all I know.
I have absolutely no idea.
All right. How old are you now?
25.
25.
Yeah.
It may be that you don't naturally eliminate it, and one day, when you have not had enough liquids, the paste will solidify and glue you shut.
Well, I had to have my appendix out in March. I don't know. I kind of wonder if that had anything to do with it. It's either that or chewing bubble gum.
Yeah, a lot of people swallow bubble gum. That's not good. All right, well, listen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Art.
You definitely qualify as in there. He eats paste. Now, as an adult, he does not consume large quantities, as he did earlier, but rather takes an occasional lick. On my international line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Where are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, okay. Hey, welcome back.
Well, thank you. Where are you?
From Kamloops, British Columbia.
All right.
Larry?
Yes, Larry.
Yes. While you were away, there was an item that made the national news here in Canada on the other CBC network about two amateur inventors in, it was either Rockland, Quebec or Rock Island, Quebec.
Yes.
Who claimed that they came up with a device that attaches onto a conventional car engine and produces no emissions. A pretty bold claim.
I should say. Now, where are these guys now?
Well, this was big news for 2 or 3 days in the media up here, and then nothing since.
That's always the way it is.
They claimed they had a Toyota or something running in a garage for 24 hours with emissions equipment hooked up to it, and that it gave off no emissions.
Mm-hmm.
If this is true, this is something that's a win-win for environmentalists and oil companies.
Well, you know why you haven't heard anything else, though, don't you?
Well, I can imagine the old 100-mile-per-gallon carburetor.
You got it. The oil companies have dungeons, and people like that are in dungeons.
Well, they claim that they have been inundated with calls from every conceivable oil, gas, other interested parties.
If you had to guess, do you think they're still alive?
Well, I would certainly hope so, but this was a prominent story in the news up here, and then it lasted 3 days, and I've heard nothing since.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so you might want to keep your ear to the ground to hear if you hear any more on this.
Well, you're in Canada, right?
Yeah, well, I'm going to contact the CBC myself to try and find out if they have any more information on it.
If you can get me a number, if you can get
I
me
have
a
your
name.
fax number.
You have their fax number?
No, I have your fax number.
Oh, my fax number. Okay,
I can send you the information if I find something else.
Send it to me, and I will immediately follow up.
I thought you'd be interested in this story.
Of course. I would even be willing to interview them from an oil company dungeon.
All right. Well, I'll do a little digging and see if I can come up with any more information. And if anybody else listening knows any more about it, call in.
All right.
All right, Art.
That's cool. Thank you very much. Sure. Of course I would interview somebody like that. Or a pair of somebodies like that. But I fear for their safety, particularly in view of the fact that there has been no follow-up. First-time caller line. No, actually, weird line. You're on the air. Hello.
Well, hello, Art. Let me turn off the radio.
Yes, oh, yes, please.
Thank you.
Do that. Mm-hmm.
Been enjoying it, and I'm so glad you're back. I missed you a lot.
Well, I missed being here, believe me.
I'm weird because I've had these strange and psychic experiences in my life, and I don't know how weird you think they are, but they seem to have fallen into 3 or 4 categories.
Like what?
Well, okay, the categories are like whatever happened, a couple of past lives that I learned about when I was a kid, and you got to understand, I'm 54 years old, and this is not just a hoot, but I really believe this about myself. That in retrospect, these were past life experiences, and then I went through a period of some, like out of body type visioning things that turned out to happen, and then there's a spiritual nature, and there was a couple of prophetic dreams, and I don't know. I felt strange about it all my life, and
well, I don't think that's weird.
It's not?
No.
No. Well,
well, I mean, not at least not in the context of my program. That's the norm.
Actually,
now, people who eat glue, swallow rocks, collect toenails, that's weird.
That's weird.
That's weird.
That toenail thing there, that was a real kick in me.
Can you imagine an entire coffee can full of toenails?
I just wonder, if that might not be a pollution problem in relationship to releasing mass amounts of athlete's foot into the atmosphere.
Oh, my God, I never thought about that.
I hope he keeps it closed.
You mean with the plastic lid on?
Yeah, well, sealed with wax, preferably, you know.
All right, thank you very much. No, psychic experiences cannot be considered weird on this program. They are the norm. Weird are some of the other things that we've heard about this morning. On my weird line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How are you doing?
All right, where are you?
I'm calling from San Jose, California.
Okay.
KSFO country.
Yes, sir.
And glad to hear you back from Egypt. Hope you had a good time.
I did.
And reason I'm calling is I am none other than the great Satchidananda.
The what?
The great Satchidananda.
What is that?
Well, I am a master in the Great White Brotherhood.
Great White Brotherhood?
Yeah, you haven't heard of that?
Is that like some sort of racist thing?
No. It's got nothing to do with that.
Well, it sounds that way. I mean, Great White Brotherhood.
Well, white in this case refers to the light.
Oh. Okay, then why don't you call it the Great Light Brotherhood?
Well, that's another good name for it, actually. I'd take that suggestion. The important thing is whatever people feel that it means, that means the right thing, not what the words are.
Are you like an offshoot of the Trilateral Commission?
No, in fact, we're the reverse. The Trilateral Commission is a member of what we call the false Illuminati, the eye on the pyramid. But we are the pyramid in the eye.
Wait a minute. You're the pyramid in the eye?
That's right. There's two ways of looking at reality.
Uh-huh.
Right? Either you feel that your being is contained within a physical reality, which is literally the eye in the pyramid, which is probably what you were when you went off to Egypt, right? You were the eye inside the pyramid.
I was the eyes in the pyramid.
Ah.
I was even in the sarcophagus. Really cool. I've got a picture on the website.
I haven't gotten to that yet. I've got it.
As a matter of fact, I'm glad you mentioned that. Do you mind if I take a second out to tell everybody about something?
I'd be delighted.
There was a UFO that appeared over Las Vegas this last Friday. And I received a whole bunch of faxes and email about it. And finally somebody sent me a photograph taken from a video shot of what appeared over Las Vegas, and it's on my website right now. And thank you for reminding me. So anybody who wants to see... Yeah, right. Anybody who wants to see what appeared over Las Vegas, it's at www.artbell.com. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Anyway.
So, the sarcophagus figures into this thing because, you see, the pyramid was an initiation place to show people that to transcend from becoming the consciousness, the being trapped within inside physical reality, to get them to more or less die. And when they died, not literally, but figuratively, and when they died, they realized that all of physical reality is contained within consciousness. Actually, the reverse. That's what I mean by the pyramid in the eye.
How many people are in this? I presume it is a secret brotherhood.
Well, it is a secret brotherhood, but it's not secret by virtue of the fact that we don't tell anybody. It's mostly secret by the fact that nobody will believe you when you tell them. That's what makes it so weird in the context of today's
society. Now that's exactly how the Trilateral Commission flourishes.
Well, the darkness always tries to emulate the light.
But I mean, in a lot of ways, though your goals may be different, you sound a lot alike.
Well, that's because the best disguise for the devil is his God, right?
So you consider, I'm sure the people in the Trilateral Commission consider themselves to be light beings.
They do, but there's one difference. You can always tell them, Art, which is they will always try to trap and control people and take away their freedom. We in the Great Light Brotherhood, taking your suggestion, will always try to bring people to themselves. Like, I'm not a guru. I may be a master, but I'm not a guru. I would never ask anybody to follow me because, you know what? You know this. Everyone recognizes the truth for itself when they hear it. Everyone always makes the judgment of truth by themselves.
Do you guys have, like, secret ceremonies and secret handshakes and stuff?
Sometimes, sometimes people get together, but not really. It's not really a brotherhood in the physical sense that we get together with meetings or whatever. But we know each other when we encounter each other and we talk to each other and we recognize the hallmarks.
Okay, how would you recognize another brother?
Well, one way to do it would be to talk to them for a while, and if they tell me the great secret, the last secret, which is there's only one consciousness in the universe, not many, then I know right away.
That it's a brother?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Thank you.
Is that weird?
Yeah, that's weird. Take care.
You too, Art.
Bye. You know what you're hearing here? This is Cusco. It's from Apurimac 3. And guess what the name of this cut is? It's called Pahrump, Big Water. Now I ask you, is that cool or what? Pahrump, Big Water, from Apurimac 3 by Cusco. Honoring my little town. Here I am indeed, and we are doing what's called a weird line tonight. I'm doing this in preparation for becoming a judge, to be a judge, because Strange Universe is going to have a contest to find the weirdest person in the world, and I already have several obvious contestants this morning, don't I? So I can see this is going to be fun. No question about it. Here's a fax from somebody. Hi, Art. Just about everybody I know, including myself, thinks I'm weird. For example, my favorite dessert dish, dessert, is a vanilla ice cream with a rich topping of Pepto-Bismol and a couple of slices of pickle. God. I also prefer to drive my car in reverse rather than forward, and with deflated tires. What do you think of that? Regards from Merrick in Vancouver, BC. You drive your car in reverse with deflated tires? Whew. Definitely abnormal. On my weird line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hello there.
That one broke me up. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I learned to do something a long time ago, and I talked to you off air a little bit on it. Anyway, I can separate traffic, okay? And what I do is this is your Los Angeles listeners are on now, are they not?
Of course. You can separate traffic?
Yes, what I do is I learned to do this through a certain amount of meditation and incantation. And what I can do is I can separate them just by, you meditate first, and you do this over a study of a period of time. And for the Los Angeles listeners, this will be important to them.
Very.
I used to work in Long Beach, and I used to go over to San Pedro area, okay? And that 405 over there is about 10 lanes wide anyway. And I was in a hurry always because I worked the night shift.
Sure.
And the traffic would just get out of my way. Just get out of my way. And when I go past a car, as an example, when I'm driving, let's say up to Santa Barbara, when I used to do that now, because I live in the Oregon coast at this moment. But anyway, what I do is I get up near a car, and they always pull back because I'm thinking that they're thinking that I am going faster than them, and the truth of the matter is I'm not. And what they do is they back off their throttle, and I go right past them. And I'll tell you what, it works 90% of the time.
So you induce in them...
You bet. A
feeling that you are really, really going fast, and they need to get out of your way.
Absolutely. And the thing is, I stopped doing this, and these, your LA listeners will be able to verify this. For the last 4 or 5 years, I lived in Los Angeles, which is in the late 70s and early 80s. There was 8 shootings on the 405.
You don't think you were responsible, do you?
No. I'm not responsible, but I thought that maybe if I did this kind of thing and people didn't know what was going on, they might take a shot at me. But there's a better one than that. Now, this one is a little different, but it comes out the same. I can stop the rain. Now, here is the kicker to that. I had, this is done through emotion. Now, I won't say this is
You can stop rain.
Yes, I've done it. I had a...
Well, then you are the answer to that famous question posed by Creedence Clearwater Revival.
No, I'm gonna
remember that whole stop the rain?
I'll tell you what, I could demonstrate it to you if you give me a reason to. Now, this was the reason.
Well, it doesn't rain enough here to make a good demonstration.
But no, I seriously did this, and I have why I say I have 125 witnesses or thereabouts is I had a dear friend that died. I fell prematurely, and I was very, very upset. And his wife, which was a dear friend of mine also, was very upset. And it was a rainy day that they buried him, okay?
Sure.
And the thing is I walked her back to the car, the poor lady. Okay, So I did that.
The widow.
And the thing is I felt so bad. And the thing is, I felt bad through the funeral, because this was an outdoor funeral because they didn't have the money, Art. It really was sad for me. It's still sad. Anyway, and what I did is I talked to, call it God if you wish, but I wanted the rain to I didn't want it to rain on her. He didn't matter. And so I knelt by her in the car, in the limousine and so forth. And during that period of time, it had stopped raining. And I've done this twice, and it was all over an emotional response from me, which is not the same as the parting of traffic. This was an emotional thing.
No, I understand. Now,
so
listen,
I think I have the power to do it.
This is a hell of a year for you because there is El Nino. You know what that is?
Yeah, you bet I do. Hey, when I can go off the pier and catch tuna, and they get a marlin in Seattle. See, I live right up. Well, you know what Coos Bay is.
Oh,
that's
you get a lot of rain up there.
Yeah, I live there. And the thing is we're getting fresh tuna right off the bay here. And the thing is tuna are usually 250 miles out. Okay, so that gives you an example of what's going on. And guess what? I live at a good position here, and I've been able to. There was a hurricane, a Class 2 hurricane came over here, and it did very little damage. And I.
And you take credit for that?
No, I don't. No.
Oh,
Yeah, get it straight. I take credit for this house that I live in not to be damaged.
I see.
Well,
so in other words, you can have a personal, localized effect.
That is correct, and I wouldn't want to go any further than this. I am not God. I have a certain amount of power, and I've got it through my teachings and my learning.
Well, that is, to most people, a little godlike.
Well, yeah, I think we're all part of that one that is. Anyway, there is only one, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know that already.
Well, I know, but there's a little piece of him in all of us, I think.
I do believe that. It's called, it's a thing, I run a little group here, and I call it the Church of I Am. And what it means, I am God. And what I am God means is not an egotistical position.
Am I also tax exempt?
If you wish to be.
All right. I've got to run, sir.
Yeah.
I appreciate your call, and I appreciate your ability to be able to stop the rain. That's cool. I would like to see that demonstrated, particularly on, like one of those steady, rainy days where you know it's going to rain all day long. We get very few of them in the desert, but I would love to see a demonstration of that. Good morning. You're on my weird line and on the air.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
It's a pleasure listening to the program, but I might qualify for the category that you've stated.
You are?
I might possibly call it
In what way? In what way?
I'm the only individual so far as I know in the world that has a system that I designed that's keeping me alive, an off-the-shelf hardware. I am totally 100% dependent upon pacemaker technology.
Yes. Well, there are many people with pacemakers.
Oh, but that's not the story. The thing is that out of the million or so in this country of pacemakers, about 250,000 are totally dependent upon pacemakers.
Yes.
In other words, if one of the 50 or so parts, the component parts in a pacemaker malfunctions, they're dead.
They're dead, yeah.
So over the years, I had tried to come up with some means to find a way to build a redundancy system for those who are totally pacemaker dependent, such as myself. And I finally was able to do this in 1983. I had the system implanted, and since that time, the system has kept me alive at one event when two pacemakers malfunctioned. And they malfunctioned in such a manner they were firing intermittently to keep the heart going.
Bad news.
Bad news. So the point being is that I have just had my system rejuvenated, replaced, you might say, for the third time, except that this third time on the system, the physicians refused to go ahead because they couldn't understand why you would need more than one pacemaker.
So your idea, what you've done is to put two pacemakers in?
This is correct. What I used off-the-shelf hardware, Art, and we put in one pacemaker that runs a steady rate that's called VVI, runs at, let's say, 80 beats. That's the primary power source. The secondary backup unit is set to kick in at 45. If the main pacemaker or the primary unit malfunctions or the lead should go bad,
yeah,
and it drops down below, once it hits 44, the backup unit comes on and kicks in, it will keep me alive long enough to get the main source replaced.
I've got you. And you designed this yourself?
Yes.
Well, how did you get them to implant it into you?
I had one heck of a time, Art. You cannot imagine talking to physicians as an aerospace type is like talking to a brick wall. I had a very devil of a time getting this thing in. Right now, I've got the secondary backup as I'm looking at a possible failure on the leads in the near future, and I just came out of the hospital where they refused to replace the second backup unit.
I understand.
And they had me under anesthesia. It's a sticky thing, but the really unfortunate thing is I have had this unit, this system implanted, which is redundancy, backups. In aircraft, as you know, we have 3 backups. We have on the shuttle flights, we've got 3 power generators. On one flight, 2 of them failed.
Sure.
So it seems incredible that it is so difficult to get the medical profession to realize that it's not a medical necessity, as they say, in having 2 pulse generators. It's a matter of redundancy or safety.
Well, you know, with a pacemaker, of course, you cannot get near strong RF fields.
Well, they have pretty well shielded that out. They put a couple of Zeners in these things.
Yeah.
Which does shield them. I haven't had any problems.
He's referring to Zener diodes, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I haven't had any problems. I've been in power generating plants and had no problem.
Well, that's one thing, but an intense RF radio frequency field is something else again.
Well, I imagine if you were in an MRI, it might shut you down.
Oh, an MRI. That'd definitely do you.
I think that might do it in. But the main thing is, as far as I know at this time, I'm the only person in the world
with a
redundancy system. And it's a shame I can't get the word out.
Well, try getting it through the FDA. Good luck.
Exactly. Good luck. But I'd say that anyone that has a backup system for essentially total function of heart operation would be considered unusual.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't consider that weird, though. I would consider that to be a medical breakthrough. In other words, here is a man who has designed a backup that once the heart rate, which is supposed to be maintained at 80, drops to 40, the backup automatically kicks in, giving the doctors time to get another pacemaker in. He has designed his own backup system. Brilliant. On my weird line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Okay.
And welcome home.
Thank you.
Well, my weird story isn't really weird.
Well, then it doesn't qualify.
Oh, no, but to me, I mean, I entertain past musical composers and writers in a non-commercial limousine.
Huh?
And they give me ideas.
You mean like guys who have died?
Yes.
Oh, that's weird.
Yes. And they give me ideas.
You mean like the big famous ones, like Beethoven? And...
Well, right now I'm with Marty Robbins.
Marty Robbins.
I don't know, you're kind of young. But he was.
Oh, I remember Marty Robbins.
Do you really?
Of course. El Paso, Big Iron, I could name a lot of his hits.
And then I had Rod Serling, and I put together 26-minute teleplays. I wrote 40 of them in black comedy type.
Well, isn't that sort of plagiarism?
Why?
Well, I mean, like grave robbing?
Well, but it's interesting.
Well, it is interesting, but I mean, you're taking ideas from dead people. Don't you feel guilty about that?
No, they come to me.
Using you as a conduit.
I guess. And it's interesting, because the themes...
Look, it's not that unusual. Even the First Lady of this country claims to have counseled with Eleanor Roosevelt. Right? So I guess if she can do that, then you can entertain famous composers who give you lyrics and music. I guess. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. This is Dan in Virginia.
Hi, Dan.
Welcome back. Really
Thank you. Oh, it's good to be here.
I have a couple of questions. Before I get into the questions, there was something that happened last night. I was listening to WRC here in Washington. Mm-hmm. And within 30 minutes, right in the middle of your program, they start running this emergency test.
Oh, yes.
And
stations are required to do that every so often.
Well, it's very unusual. Most of the time when they do that kind of a test, they do it during a break, not in the middle of a program.
Well, it depends. Sometimes it is an automated deal, and it just runs when it is told to run.
I see. Okay. I was going to ask you, while you were in the pyramid, did you have any unusual sensations or expanded consciousness while you were inside?
Yes.
Would you mind discussing?
No, I will. Sure, I'll talk to you about it. All right. Please listen on the air. There near our nation's capital. Yes, the answer is yes. And it occurred when I laid in the sarcophagus. There is actually a photograph of me laying in there. And let's see, how do I describe to you what I felt? I spoke words when I was lying in the sarcophagus, and there was a resonance that I did not just hear, but I felt in every part of my being. I'm going to describe this the best way I can. I guess I've been waiting for somebody to ask that question. In every bone, in every fiber of my being, I felt a resonance occurring. As I simply spoke, I heard the resonance, but more than hearing it, I felt it. Now, I don't know if this properly describes it, and I just can't put the right words together to exactly describe to you what I felt. A deep, all-consuming resonance that I could feel in every fiber of my being. And that's the only way I can think of to describe it. And I have never in my life felt anything like that before. Now, it didn't lead to any out-of-body anything. However, given, for example, an entire night to go up there in the dark with nobody else present and to be able to lie in that sarcophagus, I can imagine that much more would occur. So I've done the best I can. That's what I felt. It didn't take me to any strange place. I didn't have an out-of-body experience or anything like that. But I did absolutely feel a resonance that was everywhere. And that's insufficient. I'm sorry, I can't do better than that, but that's the best answer I can give. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yo.
Weird line, actually.
Right.
Are you weird?
No, you're talking about a carburetor?
A carburetor?
I heard it on the radio a while ago, or at least I'm listening on the tape. I got a 100-mile-an-hour carburetor.
Well, first of all, you've got your radio on. That's a no-no.
Yeah.
Number two, no, we were not talking, well, only in passing. There are a couple of guys who claim to have something real hot up in Canada, and I said, you've still got your radio on.
I got it off.
You got it off now. It's the old 100-mile-per-gallon carburetor story, you know, that's locked up somewhere in an oil company's shelf. You know.
There's a bunch of designs. There's like 8 or 10 designs for that. It's a vapor carburetor or 100-mile carburetor. But I got one that's running on an engine. If you'd like to see it.
Where?
I live in Houston.
So I'd have to come all the way to Texas.
Well, I can bring it to you.
100 miles a gallon, huh?
100 miles a gallon.
In what kind of car?
It's on a 350 Chevrolet motor.
Really?
I've been using 350.
Now that should be normally a gas hog.
Yeah, well, there's different Chevrolets, different cubic inches. Some of them is, bigger.
And you have this?
I have one.
You have one?
I have one sitting in my garage. I've been working on this stuff for about 25 years.
Do you have any idea what the oil companies would do to you if they caught you?
Yeah, I know. A friend of mine was Fisher, that lived in El Paso. And he invented, Michael Brown is selling them right now. The Venturi travels up and down. And he come up missing.
Yeah. See, aren't you afraid of that?
Well, I got a shop, and I got some pretty mean old boys that hang around, mechanics, so if they get me, they get me. But the information will be out there.
Well, I'm sure that's what they all thought. I mean, you're not the only one who's done this.
Right.
According to history.
Right. According to history, this system has been around for a long time. There's patent. You can go to the patent office in 1932. It was the first vapor carburetor built.
So you would what? You would drive it out here and show it to me?
Right now I got it on a stationary engine. I'm building a generator right now so I can run it stationary.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be welcome to fly in here, and I'll pick you up at the airport.
Now I've got to go to Texas. Well, let me think about it. Send me some information on it. You never know. I might do it.
Yeah, it'd make a good show.
It would make a cool show.
It's about, there's at least, I've got plans for at least 7 different ones.
All right. I appreciate the call, sir.
Thank you.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air without much time. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Where are you?
My name is Jeff, and I'm in Sacramento.
Well, Jeff, KST country, of course. You've only got time, Jeff, to get the honors. So you've got them. Do it.
Okay, great.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, from the world, from the high desert to the universe. Good night, everybody.
That's it, Jeff. That's how it's done. From the high desert, indeed, from Jeff and from Art. Night all.